Well, there goes the neighborhood. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We are live on this Saturday, and I don't even have to check the date on the calendar today. I know exactly what day it is. It's January 23rd, 2021, which makes me, as of either a few hours ago or a few hours ahead, I never remember this, but which makes me 57 years old today. Yay me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is my 57th birthday. I don't recall whether I was born at 6 in the morning or 6 in the evening. So somewhere in the middle of there, I was pulled out of the uterus of my mother, and here I am, Dave Lefkowitz, doing the 782nd episode live of Dave's Gone By. We're calling it 57 Varieties, A, because of course we know how potatoes love ketchup, and Heinz came up with a slogan that they have 57 varieties, which was never true. They pulled the name, they pulled that number out of the air. H.J. Heinz did. And he thought, oh, that number sounds pretty good. He heard it somewhere else. Because at the time, I think he had a few fewer than 57 varieties. And now they've got like literally 57,000 varieties of everything. But, back in the day, so 57 sounds good. Well, 57 sounds pretty okay. All things considered, things considered, the year that everyone has just come out of, not to mention the year that we're all still currently now in, of everything that's going on. I made it. I didn't put a gun to my head. I didn't swing from a noose. I didn't open a vein. I just, day to day, I go, I come, I go, I come, I sleep, I do the show. That's about the only thing I smile about. But yeah, this is what I do every 3 hours on Saturday mornings from 9 until noon or thereabouts here in the neighborhood. I'm usually abetted by my wonderful wife Joyce, but we're not on speaking terms at the moment, so I'm not. So wouldn't you know what a birthday it's going to be? So still, lots of fun stuff to do on this episode of the program. For example, I have our today, yesterday trivia quiz, which is where I ask a bunch of, well, not a bunch, about 10 questions that have to do with stuff that happened in history on this date, January 23rd. Could have been back in the 1700s, 1800s, could have been 30, 40 years ago. And I am joined by my, well, now longtime guests, David Sheward, theater critic, and Leslie Hoban Blake, fellow theater critic S. And they generally join me on Saturday mornings, and you can kind of play against them. So they're trying to answer those questions as to, what happened on this day in history? And I give clues, and sometimes they're multiple choice. They're kind of tricky, and so you can kind of see if you can guess the answer before they do. And it's all in fun. There's no prizes. There's no, nobody wins a Toyota or anything like that, or God forbid a Hyundai. So it's the Today Yesterday quiz. Plus, we have our Gritty Crimes and Old Times segment, which has to do with stories that come out of the paper where Joyce and I were living for many years. It's called the Greeley Tribune, and it looks a little something like this. And so every week they do two different stories in the paper that are intentionally comical. So, and they're based on, it's a newspaper, it's real life news. One of them has to do with phone calls that come into the Greeley Police Department to the dispatcher of folks who are saying, oh my God, I just saw something really weird going on in the neighborhood. Could you send a cop to check it out? And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't, but all of this is public record. And they pick the funniest ones once a week and put out a column called Cop Log. Also in the Greeley Tribune, they have a second column that they do, that our friend Mike Peters does, where they go into the newspapers 100 years ago and pick out what is to our eyes the weirdest, kookiest, most nostalgic or sweet things that were literally published in that Northern Colorado newspaper in 1920 and now 1921. So that's kind of cool. We mix them up and we do grilly crimes and old times. It's a lot of fun. Also, we have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, every week, I bring you a 5-line poem about some town or municipality or city in beautiful Colorado. Most of these places are, even the ghost towns, even the desert towns where people haven't lived for 70 years since mining closed, or the gold rush didn't pan out 100 and something years ago. Still, if you look around and there's nothing, there's just dirt roads and sagebrush and hay flying around. You tilt your head up a little bit and you see mountains, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm still in Colorado. But most of these places that I do in the Colorado Limerick of the Damned, I've never even heard of until I go through a couple of websites and I find, well, oh, there's a town named that in Colorado. You would be amazed. It's like, it's just one state, and there seems to be hundreds of different places in it. And thank goodness, a goodly number of them rhyme with stuff. And even better, a goodly number of them, or a badly number, in fact, rhyme with really horrible, dirty, awful things. So that's how I come up with a Colorado Limerick of the Damned, 5 poetic lines that create a moment of really disgusting magic on days gone by. So we've got Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we go to Beulah Valley. Beulah Valley. And by the way, I'm not Sondheim. I'm not rhyming the whole thing. Nothing rhymes completely like Malula Valley. Or it's Valley is the second part. That's the rhyming part. Just so you won't be disappointed when I actually get to the poem. And just when you thought the pickings of this program could not even get worse, we have a wretched pun of destiny. Oh yes, my friends. Now this isn't dirty. This isn't anything like that. This is just playing a god. It's just the kind of thing that would make everybody go, whoa, ooh, ooh, I need a shower after that. After that play on words. That's what a wretched pun of destiny is. It's a very, very, very short story that is capped by a terrible play on words, a pun or several mini puns within, if you will. I'm terribly ashamed of them, and yet I share them when I write new ones. And we do have a new one, and this one is called Mrs. Sinatra. Mrs. Sinatra, this week's wretched pun of destiny. And wouldn't you know, we couldn't do a program. We could do a program, and we have done programs, but I wouldn't necessarily want to do a program without the great, the wonderful, the Jewish Rabbi Sol Solomon. Rabbi Sol has been with us since I did the very first Dave's Gone By program back in 2002, October. It's 18 and a half, 18 plus years old already. He was there for the very first one. He's going to be here today, not with a rabbinical reflection. That'll be coming up, in fact, next week. And there's something I want to tell you about Rabbi Sol. I'll tell you right now. He's going to be taking part in a virtual open mic night this Thursday night. A pretty major theater company called the New York Theater Workshop off Broadway is partnering with something called the Poetic Theater Productions or something like that. And they're kind of giving them the use of the hall, and they're doing an open mic night for singers, dancers, poets, theater people, New Yorican kind of a spiel, where everybody gets 3 or 4 minutes to get up and do something, right? To do something that they have created, some piece of art. It has to be live, right? And and they're saying they are expressing in their, shall we say, not mandate, but in the rules of what they want for this open mic night is that everything's been so contentious and terrible and awful. They want this particular event to be positive. It should be about joy and finding common ground and good things and getting together and unity and joining and all that kind of happy stuff, which is, as you probably know by now, anathema to Rabbi Sol Solomon. It's like, what? Good happy things and no worry and guilt and misery and Holocaust. What? So he's working through it. He's trying to come up with a rabbinical reflection that would suit the tenor of this particular open mic night without betraying his sensibilities. So it's going to be really interesting to watch Rabbi Sal Solomon walk that line live this coming Thursday. The event, I believe, starts at 7 o'clock in the evening Eastern time. Not sure when he goes on. If they were wise at PTP and NYTW, they would put him on first because he's a rabbi. It's a convocation. It's a blessing. He is starting the event. I don't think they will. In fact, if they were really smart, they would put him on sometime between 2:57 and 3:01 a.m. Just, just tuck him there when nobody's really paying attention. But we'll see. We'll see when the rabbi's on. I think the event lasts only about an hour or 90 minutes or something. But you can find it, I think, by going to the New York Theater Workshop website. And then I'm going to see if I can get permission to record what he does, just so I can then go back and show it to you all next week. Or else I'll have to just do the piece live again on our next program next Saturday. But anyway, all of that is to say that Rabbi Sal Solomon will be here in a little while on this episode of Dave's Gone By, not doing a rabbinical reflection, not doing an interview, but he will be going through kind of like the way I go through the Greeley Tribune for Greeley Crimes and Old Times. He goes through the local Jewish daily papers here in Nassau County, Long Island. There's a couple of them, and they're geared towards the modern Orthodox and not so modern Orthodox crowd. And he finds things that are particularly appealing to his sensibilities. And I think you're going to enjoy that. It's Rabbi Sal Reads the Papers coming up just a little late. Look at all this stuff that we're doing on Dave's Gone By. Look at all that I have planned for you for this Saturday morning. Pretty cool, but that is not quite all. I was thinking for a while, well, what am I going to do on my birthday show? Do I get friends and relatives to call in and wish me a happy and all that? That would have been great, and it still would be great, but it's so close to what we did on the New Year's show less than a month ago, where it was like, get an old friend, have them talk for a couple of minutes, wish you well, ask them a question, boom, 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 go, 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 go. And it was a lot of fun. I could do it again. Maybe I'll do that next year. I don't know. But this time I was like, I don't necessarily want to go through that. It'd be nice to hear from people. If anybody wants to maybe call in to, if you know me, you know my cell phone number, and I'll happily put you on the air for a couple of minutes. But in fact, let me get my phone and a drink. Excuse me. So yeah, nobody's trying to reach me. It's my birthday. Nobody's getting in touch. But if you want to, and I'll try and put you on the air while we're here between 9 and noon, that would be really, really cool. Here's my beverage. But I did want some relative to be part of the program, as opposed to some celebrity, some talented actor, playwright, designer that I don't know personally, or some musician. I mean, we fine. It's great. That's terrific for a regular show. But I wanted someone a little closer. So, because these birthday shows tend to be about, I want to find out more about, as Joyce would say, no, every day is all about me. But this one in particular is specifically about me. So I was thinking, well, I've had some relatives on the program. A lot of my relatives don't even want to, get on the air and talk. They'll call me or they'll send me a nice email or a card. But this is not their thing. They would be, forget even Zoom, just even a phone call on the air with strangers listening is not what they want to do. And back in the day, I might have my folks on. Mom, forget it. Mom doesn't even want to be near any of this. You heard her on the New Year's show. She said like 7 words. It's like, Happy New Year and healthy, be well. That's as close as she ever wants to get to media. And unfortunately, my dad, who used to spend hours on Dave's Gone By with me, he, whether it was just as part of the regular show or most often when we'd go late back when we were on terrestrial radio on WGBB. And the show would be over. It'd be about midnight, and the gospel people are supposed to come into the station and take over for the rest of the night and play gospel music and stuff. And a lot of times, either I don't know if they got the time for free or they didn't get the time for free, and they didn't pay their bills, or they just had other things to do. But very, very often they were late or didn't show up at all. And so and I've told this story before, but our thing was, oh, well, because I was not just a DJ there, I was actually working there as a program, a board operator. So it's like, oh, midnight, we stop paying you. You can go home, and you just flip a switch, it goes to Chinese radio, and you make sure the door's locked and you leave. Go, goodbye. And then someone comes in at 6 in the morning and starts things up again. But if you didn't want to leave, if you wanted to keep going, playing music or doing what you do on the air, go ahead. And then we said boo about that, because they expected that there would be actual live people there, Black people playing gospel music. Sometimes there was, a lot of times there wasn't. And so on those Sunday nights when I was there, or I was there with Jeff Goodman, especially, when he was co-hosting the show, we would just roll with it until Jeff fell asleep in his chair and I got punchy and it's like, what time is it? It's 5 after 2. Yeah, I think we better, we've done enough comedy for the day. It's one thing to do 3 hours of radio, live radio on a Saturday morning. It's quite another to try and do it on a late Sunday night when you're creeping into Monday in the wee hours. You have a whole, your body is even though I was so much younger, I was like, I want to be on the air. I love this. There's people, there's cab drivers who are listening to this. There's sociopaths and serial murderers going around looking for a victim, and this is the station they have on their car, and I can reach them. Not necessarily change their path, but reach them. I mean, but by 5 after 2, the two of us, and Jeff had to drive me home, and I'm like, he'd be like, lift one eyelid, and be like, Dave, we have to go home. I'm like, Jeff, please, 5 more minutes. Dave, I'm driving, we're going home. So that would be the end of that. But it was apropos of saying that's in that first hour after midnight, my dad would call him because he'd been listening to the show. And we banter with him and we have fun with him and play songs with him. And it was way, way cool. He is at this point beyond the ability to do that, to have that kind of conversation or anything like that. So I miss that a lot. He's still, he's downstairs. I haven't lost him at this point, but it's just like, that would have been, that was what kind of special times that I remember as part of the program or as part of the bonus part of the program. And can't do that. That won't be happening. It's around the depressing 57th birthday, isn't it? But I figured, well, is there another relative? And then I saw that, kind of out of the blue, my cousin had posted something on Facebook about some speech or lecture that he was giving. I don't know if it was a virtual lecture or if it was more of an in-person but distance kind of thing. I'm like, oh my God. OMG. I've thought about getting him on the program for years. And then, you kind of think about it, and then 100 other things come up and you forget and you leave it be. And then I was like, well, yes. Well, yes. And the well, yes for this week is going to be my cousin, Michael Levine. Now, Michael has been a New York City planner, sort of an urban developer kind of guy. Very well respected, been doing this for a whole bunch of years. He's kind of I won't say a grand old man of city planning, because he's not that old, but he's got stories to tell. And he's had a life. And he lives with his husband, Ray, and he has been part of before I was born, he's been part of my family. So I want to ask him about him. I want to ask him about me and my family and my background. I want to ask him about his life, his years he's lived. He's had quite an interesting life in and around New York, especially, and in and around my family, especially. So it could be a very, very fun and interesting and somewhat deep conversation. Not that I ever go really deep, but deep-ish deep-esque conversation with my cousin Michael Levine. All of that happening on this birthday episode of Dave's Gone By, which we generally tend to start with an intro that goes just like this.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. There goes the neighborhood. And there was much rejoicing.
Didn't your meds kick in yet?
Yeah, David Lefker is here. He's Long Island Arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing, of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's Gone By. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Thank you, Joe Franklin. Yes, the late Joe Franklin, who I couldn't count him as a friend, but he was a friendly acquaintance, shall we say. And it's always is a nice memory to, that's what birthdays are all about, really, when you reach a certain age. When you're little, birthdays are about sort of looking forward. I'm 5 years old. 5 years old. I get to do this. I get to play with this. I get to stay up a little later. 13 years old. Woo, bar mitzvah. You turn into a man, or bat mitzvah, into a somewhat of a man or woman, and all the things that means. And you can do more things in your junior high school, whatever. And then you get to like 18, and which all these numbers really aren't that. At least it wasn't in my background or experience. Nothing clicked when I turned 18. Nothing clicked when I turned 21 years old. I didn't sound like, well, now I can drink legally. I don't like alcohol. I can drink. Now I can do this. I can do things with girls. It's like girls didn't want to do things with me. So none of it. But and yet we have this idea of birthday. Celebrate. Look forward. I look forward to this year. May you have a very happy and healthy birthday day and a good year ahead. May good things happen and so forth. And then I guess middle age is the turning point. 36, 37, maybe 40. 40 is when it's all about back. 40 is when it's the nostalgia just starts to kick in. And it isn't so much about looking forward to 40, 50, 60, 70. It's more about, well, gosh, what happened the last 10 years of my life, and who's no longer in it? What relatives are now dead that I said goodbye to 5 or 8 or 20 years ago? What friends are no longer in my life? What people have I dated that fell out with? And it's like, it's back and back. And what great memories. What are the funny memories, the funny and poignant and cool things that happened? What were one of my favorite things that I've already done? When you're in your teens and 20s, you think, oh, I'm going to go to someday. I go to Spain. I'm going to go to Portugal. I'm going to go to Australia and Israel. And for some people, go skiing and mountain climbing. And for other people like me, is I'm going to watch every Louis Buñuel film in order, sequentially. Patton Oswalt does that kind of thing. So, the forward. And then get to my age, and I'm only 57 freaking years old, but it suddenly becomes about back. What are my favorite movies? What are my favorite TV episodes? What really made me laugh when I saw that show? What are my favorite memories of so and so, who may still be in my life, but I don't really hear from them, or I don't deal with them, or they're not well. Back and back. But is that kind of the last line of The Great Gatsby? Slowly beating our oars backward to somewhere. It shows you how much I know about literature. But yeah, so it's that backward feeling thing where you just kind of start thinking of stuff in the reverse. Because what you're doing is, I think, you're trying to keep the meaningful stuff, even as our whole lives and our brains get crowded out with everything now. You go to Spotify or iTunes, and every song you can ever possibly want, it's right there. It's too overwhelming. A lot of times you just want to hear the songs you grew up with, or you spent your 20s and 30s listening to, right? You got 50 million channels on the television, but you just kind of want to find something you want to watch, And so there's that looking and gathering of what was meaningful and important to you, and hoping that you can kind of hold on to it. Because as you get into your 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, it's going to dissipate. The memory is the thing that goes. I was talking to, I got an email, I won't mention a name, from an old literally old theater critic friend of mine who has been on this program. She is, God bless her, 99 years old. 99 years old. I get a perfectly cogent, nice email from her this week. And she says, "Oh, Dave, I hope you're well. And you're still in Colorado. What's happening with you?" And she wanted to know how we first connected. And I said, well, it could have been a couple of different ways, because I'm on the drama desk, I'm on the Outer Critics Circle, I'm a member of the American Theater Critics Association, you're a critic, I'm a critic. It was either that, or at some point we saw each other in a theater and were introduced. I saw you writing in a pad, you saw me scribbling notes to write a review, and hello, how are you? That could have been it. But she was like, no, I'm trying to get, I don't know why, the initial point of contact. What was that? That has become on some level and for some reason important to her. Whether it was specifically, did we meet at the Drama Desk Awards? Or did we just happen to meet at an Outer Critics Circle general meeting? Or were we in Paris when we went for the American, I don't even know if she's a member of ATCA, but that initial, because that's one thing that she is, I guess, at this moment, gathering and holding and keeping important to her. She said she's starting to lose, she's perfectly fine, but a little bit of the memory thing. So she's trying to keep that and gather it. And so maybe that's what we start doing, particularly in our 50s, that sort of keep and gather and polish and protect this memory and this particular thought about that friend or relative or former employer or acquaintance or coworker or something like that, or a restaurant that's no longer there. You don't necessarily want to be in the position 10 years from now, someone mentions it and you don't even remember a restaurant that you used to go to like twice a month. Or you hear the name and say, oh my God, we used to, what do they have there? What do they eat there? I know I used to like something there a lot. What was it? And you can be told and reminded, but it's not necessarily the same as remembering. It's a whole, because I'm not the first one to say we are our memories. We're nothing else but that at a certain point. I think the only good thing is that if you're a creative person, if you're a writer, performer, a podcaster, you are also what you leave behind and create. Because otherwise, your memories go with you. You can download them into another person and tell your children, oh, this was happened to me, and this is, but that's not their memories. That is, them kind of hearing your memories and putting it in kind of their data storage bank, if they'll even remember. It's always the most frustrating thing when I do an interview or Rabbi Saul does an interview, and one of us interviews somebody pretty famous, and they've met and known everyone. They were on film sets with legends and superstars and really amazing, cool, funny, difficult people. And you want to ask them, okay, tell me. And then what they will usually say is, I was in a film set. There's John Huston directing. He took us all out for drinks. And the stories John Huston used to tell. And that's it, right? Because it's not their memory. It was John Huston telling them the John Huston memory banking. It doesn't settle in them unless it's one particularly unforgettable, hilarious, amazing story. And you can read, I'm sure he wrote a memoir, an autobiography, and these people will too. So that is, as we say, the creative people, they have that repository where it's kept in a book that you can read. But that's really it. Otherwise, we are our memories, and the memories go. So you ask the celebrity, oh, so please share. What is a story that John Huston told? What's a dirty joke that John Huston told while you were all, knocking them back and made you laugh and fall out of your, what? Tell me. And it's just, the mind stops there. And usually they just go, no, it was just great. He was just funny. He had all these stories. Tell me one. If you're lucky and they search their internal data banks, they can probably come up with one. And then you're grateful. And it's a memory of a memory of a memory. It goes into me. And the only lucky thing is that, whoever wants to listen to the archives or watch the archives of this program in months and years and decades ahead, that little memory doesn't disappear. Okay, that event. The memory disappears, but the event stays. And if it resonates with a stranger who's watching an interview and hears the story, they say, oh, that's a great story about John Huston. Aha. That's the vestige. That's what lives. And the rest kind of doesn't. So that's kind of the melancholy-ish, nostalgic, backward-looking frame of mind that I'm in on this January 23rd, 2021, where it is my 57th birthday today. Happy birthday to me. As a matter of fact, Joyce was kind enough to call her mom earlier in the week and have her wish me a birthday greeting, because her mom is well, very, very different from my mom, but also not a performer type person at all, and not comfortable in terms of being on the air or doing anything like that. But she did get her to sing me a bit of a happy birthday song. As a matter of fact, I have two versions of it. I have the regular version and an alternate take, an alternate version that they didn't know was recorded. So let me get the regular version. Let me see if I can find it. This will probably be the easier way to do it. Here's the first take, or I should say the final take of my mother-in-law, Rosemary Weil, wishing me, Dave Lefkowitz, a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David.
And then somehow that wasn't the completed take. I think we better do the alternate take of my mother-in-law doing happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you. Love you, Mom and Dad.
Love you too, Mama Weil and Papa Weil. Thank you very, very much for those birthday wishes on this Saturday morning, January 23rd. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. You're watching Dave's Gone By, and we're here till noon doing all the stuff that I promised you. The Colorado Limerick of the Damned, the Wretched Pen of Destiny, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, Inside Broadway, and Rabbi Sol reads the papers. Lots of stuff to get to. So what else do I need to, let's go and get rather criminal. So here's the segment. You know what we do. We go into the newspapers of Greeley, Colorado, and we look for the weirdest, strangest, funniest stuff. Well, or they did the work for us. That's the cool thing. The writers at the Greeley Trib, went through the police dispatches for the funniest ones from Cop Blog. They went through the weirdest, most nostalgic pieces of newspaper detritus from 1920 and 21. We mix them together in Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Da, 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 da. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about all the throat clearing, but that's what happens. That's the one thing I didn't have a problem with when we were doing the show at 11 o'clock at night many years ago. At 11 o'clock at night, my voice was like, I got tired, but I didn't have that morning old man phlegm. I'm like, I need to come up. No, stay down. I'm trying to do a show. I need to come up and fill your throat. No, please. But I'm getting there. I'm getting by 10 o'clock, my voice will be I would be Pavarotti and Franco Corelli combined. So until then, let's do some grilly crimes and old times. Here we begin with some criminality. Police, let me see, I'm going to do this one today. Police responded to a hotel on 8th Street where a caller found handcuffs attached to a bathroom door. The last occupant of the room advised they belonged to her ex-husband. Let's just unpack that ever so slightly, shall we? So a hotel on 8th Street, and I kind of know the hotel, and I understand how this can happen there, where a caller found handcuffs attached to a bathroom door. I assume they were real, actual, not fake party fluffy pink handcuffs. The last occupant of the room advised that they belonged to her ex-husband. I would love to know. Was he a cop? If it was her ex-husband, what was she doing with them? What were they in the hotel? There's just so much there. If I had another interview today, besides my cousin Michael, who will be zooming in with us, if I had another interview, I want to talk to that previous occupant of the hotel. I mean, okay, so your ex-husband's handcuffs were on the door. Explain. Go. Give me a memory. Give me something I can put on here, and then strangers in 30 years will go like, oh, that's a hell of a hotel, Anyway, let's do another crime. A caller on 26th Avenue reported a drunk man was trying to get into her house. The caller said the man had hickeys all over his neck. All right. Not sure. I mean, and again, these are all, by the way, true stories, things that happened literally in Greeley, Colorado, a week or 2 or 3 ago. Well, again, here's the thing that I want to, if he had that much action, right, drunk or no, why is he trying to go into someone else's? Sounds like he should have been staying in the house that he was in because he was having a good night. Don't know. Now let's do an old time bit, because as I said, some of these are crimes that are recent, excuse me, and some of these are from the newspaper 100 years ago. So here's an advertisement for a place that I think still exists, Weld County Garage. Honesty is the best policy. In a full-page advertisement for Weld County Garage, proprietor D.R. MacArthur said that he is having a cleanup sale of used cars. Now, he's usually, now again, we all have our ideas of used car dealers, right? We've had a fantastic experience back in Colorado with our used car dealer who got us our Subaru that we absolutely loved at a reasonable. I mean, it was just like yes, and if we go back to Colorado or if I go back there, we'll use them again, But the general thought about used car dealers is they spend their nights counting money and their mornings rolling back the odometers and that sort of thing. But check this out. Check what they said back in late 1920. D.R. MacArthur, the proprietor of Weld County Garage, having a cleanup sale of used cars. He said, quote, "The cars will be sold regardless of the cost." This is in the advertisement, quote, "because we need the money." Now, whether that's true or not, or whether he's really laying it on and making you think you can get like the best deal ever, to tell your customers is like, come in, no offer too small. We got to get these cars off the lot and our funds are low. We need the money. If only advertising were still that truthful. I love it. Also, going back to old times, and we mentioned this last week about the wrestler going against Greeley hero wrestler Toots Mondt. So they brought in this other guy. Well, no, I'll read the story. The masked Marvel wrestler will be pitting against Greeley hero wrestler Toots Mondt this week. No one knows who the masked Marvel is. Oh, I think I I think I read this one last week, but it's worth sharing again. No one knows who the Masked Marvel is, but it's rumored he's a world champ. If he gets pinned by Toots, he's required to reveal his identity. I did read this last week because I remember making the joke that we all thought it was a young Ethel Merman. But no, in fact, the Marvel turned out to be Bill Manigoff, a 220-pound, huge Belgian wrestler who has beaten many U.S. champions, but not all Toots. I'm sorry for this. This is already the nostalgia portion of me turning 57 years old and leaving in an old-time story that we already did last week. The brain cells, they're fading away, my friends. Meanwhile, let me just do this. Because if I clear my throat one more time, I'm just gonna go out the window. All right, here we go. One more old-time piece. Frank Hurd. Frank Hurd. Have you heard? Former Greeley police officer is now on the Santa Ana, California police force. Although he now lives in California, he still treats the Greeley police very well. He's making, he is busy making police nightsticks out of the sturdy California orange wood. So that's to tell you, there you go. A beloved Greeley, Colorado policeman goes all the way to Colorado, doesn't forget about his buddies. So for Christmas, he doesn't send them chocolates. He doesn't send them, what are those red plants called that are poisonous to dogs? Poinsettias. He doesn't send those. He doesn't send a card. He's like, here. There are hobos in this town. Here are some really good, sturdy California orange wood nightsticks. Go get them. More things change, right? So let's go back to some more Greeley criminality. A caller at a supermarket. Let's see if I can do something for this. Here, we'll try this one. A caller at a supermarket reported a woman dancing, yelling, and screaming while running through the aisles. She left while the caller was on the phone with dispatch. So dancing, yelling, and screaming. I think that's a new wrinkle on The Voice on TV, essentially, but that's a pretty cool way to go shopping. It would certainly make the boring ritual that I go through 3 or 4 times a week of just standing there in my mask, avoiding people, going aisle down aisle and looking for this, and do I need this, and checking my shopping list, and then going to the cart and lugging the water. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Wouldn't it be fun? And if everyone in the supermarket at once was, maybe when we all have the vaccine, we just tear off the mask and we go running around dancing and screaming, and what else? Singing and dancing and screaming in the King Supers or in the King Cullen or the Waldbaum. Now, Waldbaum's, so, would it be, I think it would actually be even better in a Waldbaum's for some reason, and not so great in a Winn-Dixie. Don't ask me why. Police responded, here come the cops again. Police responded to 6th Avenue, where a woman reported 2 pit bulls kept trying to get into people's cars. When she went out to check on the dogs, one of them jumped in her car. Yeah. Listen, I'm sorry, pit bulls scare the crap out of me. Any big dogs. I do think I'm one of those people, and I've had arguments with folks about this, that there are certain dog breeds that should not be had or kept by regular people, like big-ass Dobermans, any of the Nazi dogs, right? Or any dog that's more poundage than I am, and not a sweet, fluffy Labrador like a Saint Bernard. But I'm sorry, pit bulls, people should not, and we have a couple in the neighborhood, and we're scared to kind of walk around because, 99.5% of the time, they're perfectly well trained and perfectly nice, and the owner has them on a strong leash, and at that 0.5% of the time, you lose your eye. Right. So here it is. Woman was scared because pit bulls try to jump in cars. She's like, I think I better get out of my car and call the police and in goes Cujo. You should know from the horror movies that you stay in the car. You got a cell phone, right? I'm assuming everybody carries a cell phone. Or, hello, turn on the car, go around the block, turn off the car, get out there. Anywho, and there was no more to this. It's not like she was suddenly torn up by the dog. Probably a very friendly, perfectly fine dog, but still. Let's go outside of Greeley, Colorado for just a bit for a couple of stories, because this is what we do also. Even though this segment is called Greeley Crimes at All Times, we like to have a couple of weird, odd news stories that come from elsewhere. For example, and this story was originally in the UK Sun newspaper, was picked up by the New York Post. Oh, indeed. A candle marketed by Gwyneth Paltrow on her Goop site became a booby prize for a woman in England. Actually, it's more like a coochie prize, if you ask me. The candle, which is titled, "This Smells Like My Vagina." I've never been on Goop. I have no desire to be on Goop. And hey, Gwyneth Paltrow, talented actress, very beautiful woman, still, beautiful 25 years ago, Shakespeare was still beautiful, fine, fantastic. If a candle should not smell like what she's got, I don't care how potentially nice she smells down there, is probably not that nice. It's probably, it might be like with her, I think she's married to a very rich guy. Her husband may like spending a few minutes down there, and he's very grateful that it doesn't smell like a scallop factory when he has to do what he has to do to get what he wants, right? But generally, I don't think even he would want to fill a room with the pleasant scent of the essence of Gwyneth Paltrow's hoo-ha, 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 and especially considering, I love this story, the candle, which is titled, "This Smells Like My Vagina," exploded into flames. Yeah, in the living room of the woman who won the odoriferous product in a quiz. So she didn't even go on Goop and buy this $50 object. She took a quiz and he said, "Oh, you're winning, like a promotional thing. A Gwyneth Paltrow Goop candle, and this particular candle is titled, 'This Smells Like My Vagina.'" So she lights it, goes to sleep, and kaboom. I mean, are there bits of labia everywhere when the thing goes off? Jodie Thompson, age 50, told the UK Sun, quote, "The candle exploded and emitted huge flames with bits flying everywhere. There was an inferno in the room." And Thompson, who lives with her partner, David Snow, said they threw the flaming candle out the front door. Quote, "It could have burned the place down," said Thompson. "It was scary at the time, but funny looking back that," quote, "Gwyneth's vagina candle exploded in my living room." I wonder if that's the whole story. Yeah. I mean, and by the way, I was incorrect in one of the facts there. This candle does not sell for $50 on Goop. It sells for $75 on Goop with a scent that has notes of, quote, geranium, bergamot, and cedar, juxtaposed with roses, ambrette seeds, and one supposes Massengill disposable douche fluid and Brad Falchuk's finger. But I would say if you are using the candle to start a romantic evening, it may just leave both of you in heat. This smells like my. But can you imagine? I don't know if there was like an equivalent website. Take a really handsome, I don't know, Ryan Reynolds or who's a hunky actor type, the guy from Magic Mike, I guess, or somebody like that. And he was like, "This smells like my scrotal sack." Light her up. So handsome as the guy is, as beautiful as he may be, as attracted to him, as hot for him as you might possibly be, unless you get him within about 1 to 6 hours of a recent shower. Again, you don't, genital, no. This smells like my armpit. No, no. If we were in the midst of coitus, you with Ryan Reynolds, me with Gwyneth Paltrow, sure, okay, I'm gonna, yeah, okay, that's pretty hot, but not while I'm I'm trying to watch Star Trek. And it was like, yes, the Borg is hints of bergamot from Gwyneth Paltrow's Hoo Hoo. Yeah. Oh, that makes this television watching so much more pleasant. True story coming from the New York Post and the UK Sun. I also want to do one more story from far away, not near Greeley, Colorado. Dateline, and this is just sheer serendipitous accident. The place is Beaverton, Oregon. So we go from a candle that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's Love Box to Beaverton, Oregon. That's as dirty as this one gets. Police in Oregon are looking for a man who they say stole a car with a child in the back seat, only to return the 4-year-old and reprimand the mom about her parenting. This is fantastic. This is the age that we live in of righteousness about certain things and then a complete blind spot about everything else. There's more. I'll read the whole story. The theft took place outside a grocery store when the mom left the car running with the child in the back seat. When she went to buy a gallon of milk and then some meat, the thief happened to walk by and he hopped in the car. See, this is why Rabbi Saul will tell you, you don't mix milk and meat. When the thief realized a kid was in the backseat of the car, he drove back to the parking lot, gave the child back to the mother, scolded the mother, threatened, this is fantastic, he threatened to call the cops on her. And then he drove off in her car. So he's like, shame on you. Shame on, look, what kind of parent are you? If I had a right mind to, I would call the cops right now. However, since I'm in the back of your RAV4 or the front of your RAV4, I'm just going to leave and let me stealing this $35,000 vehicle from you. Let that serve as a lesson of what really matters in this world. Police say they're grateful the man gave the kid back, but they still want to thank him in person. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do one more crime and or old. Let's do a crime, my friends. Let's see what other criminality has been happening in Greeley, Colorado. Police responded to a gas station where a man's truck broke down and he started begging people for money. He also started begging people for drugs and was refusing to leave. You know, what a wonderful, again, it's sort of like, my car broke down, I don't have enough money to get to the gas station. And by the way, if you have any meth that you can spare, if you have a tab of LSD, it would really get me through the rest of this bad day. Fantastic. Oh man, shall we go out on that one? How about, no, let's go, since I'm all in a nostalgic-y mood and talking about going backward and things, let's end with one from 100 years ago. And I just like this because of the name. Ovid Plum. Ovid, and I don't know whether it's Ovid or Ovid. And much as I spent literally 5 minutes Googling this week as to whether the poet was pronounced Ovid or Ovid, I couldn't find any kind of phonetic pronunciation for it. I'm going to go with Ovid here. Ovid Plum was home for the holidays with his mother at the Plum home. He is a student at the State Agricultural College, rather appropriate. While home, his mother hosted a skating party for his friends. Nothing particularly funny, just nostalgia. Like this was in the newspaper. This was a newspaper item 100 years ago, and it was all about Ovid Plum. Trying to think of a prune joke, but no. because at least with drive-through, I'd be raising the bar. And that, my friends, is Grilly Crimes and Old Times for this Saturday, January 23rd, 2021.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool. I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, 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 yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
Yes, yippee-yee, yippee-yee. Thank you, Groucho. We are here with the 782nd episode of Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz. Potato's here with me. Yay. And, of course, Papito's here, too. Let's say hi to little Pops. Happy birthday, Daddy. Thank you, Papito. And want to remind you that Hewlett Minuteman Press, our sponsors since the very first episode of Dave's Gone By 18 plus years ago. They were with us then, they are still with us now, and they're still here in Hewlett, Long Island, in the little, it's not really a shopping center, it's like the little strip mall in the heart of town, right across the street from the Petco. And what else are they near? There's a chocolatier over there, and not even sure what else. There's a new pita falafel place. So yeah, things, you're a happening town when you have a brand new falafel place. But right near them, Hewlett Minuteman Press, since the 1970s, the Toron family has owned and operated Minuteman, this particular franchise of Minuteman, and they're great folks to deal with. They do quality work, reasonable prices, reasonable turnaround times, and all the stuff that they do. Full service shipping center, digital copies, bindery. They also do gifts. They have up to the minute elegant stationery, things for graduation and christening and bar and bat mitzvahs and birth announcements. They never put quinceañeras, but I'll betcha they could do some very nice work for your quinceañera. Let's see, we have my cousin Michael, who's going to be on the program in about an hour from now, or no, actually an hour and a half from now. So he'll be joining me. Michael's last name is Levine, L. Look at all the things that Hewlett Minuteman Press does for the letter L. Labels, laminations, both plastic and wood, label pins, laser compatible stocks and inks, laser proof thermography, layouts, letterheads, lettering, hand and computer, logos, and lunch bags. So literally, I can show that. Those are just the letter L for all the things at Hewlett Minuteman Press, where quality and attitude make the difference. How do you get to them? Well, as I said, they're right in the heart of Hewlett, about 2.5 blocks from the railroad station. And of course, you can call them, 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. And whatever you buy, whether it's one black and white copy, or whether you're doing a big, giant job that's hundreds of dollars, if you tell them Dave sent you, you get 10% off. Any job, big or small. Dave from Dave's Gone By. Go there, use them. Hewlett Minuteman Press, the Copy Kings, 516-569-5577 or HewlettMinuteman.com. They are the Copy Kings. Well, I do feel rather royal and kingly, at least for 3 hours a week, when I do this program, Dave's Gone By. This is, as I said, 782. January 23rd, my birthday. So how am I celebrating it? By doing this, by sharing with you a Colorado limerick of the damned, a wretched pun of destiny, talking to my cousin Michael Levine, who's a city planner. We also have, what else do we, we're going to go inside Broadway too for, let's get, since I'm kind of in a down and depressy kind of mode, let's get the down and depressy side of the show out of the way by doing our Inside Broadway segment. This is because I've been, for many, many years, a theater critic, a playwright, an actor, director, a theater journalist, certainly. And so I love to share just a little bit of news and information on what's going on Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater on and off Broadway and beyond. Brought to you by Total Theater and Performing Arts Insider. Curtain going up. Yes, Inside Broadway we go, ladies and gentlemen. We try and do this every week here on Dave's Gone By, just as I said, because I care about the theater. I think it's important. I'm glad that some budget might cannot believe that my throat is still doing this to me on my birthday. I cannot, I'm grateful that some of the money that is earmarked for getting people out of this terrible economic and pandemical problem that we are in is going towards the arts and going towards theater. Because as we all know, it's not just, a bunch of Broadway producers who are already rich, trying to get richer, a bunch of actors doing it. It's a huge economic engine for Broadway, for New York, and for the world. We're talking about billions of dollars of revenue that shows bring in, Broadway and off Broadway. So it's really, really important that, that is saved. It really, even if you have never seen a Broadway show, you can't afford it, you think the prices are ridiculous, which they are, you have no intention, it's an engine that drives restaurants. It's an engine that certainly drives tourism. I did want to mention this, a lot of time when I'm driving home from work or flipping the channels, and I'll come across, I'm so sorry, the right-wingers who are saying, all these left-wing states and cities, really, left-wing cities, are having all these terrible. Did you notice that these cities with big crime statistics and graffiti and riots and occasional looting, and there's homeless and all these problems and hepatitis B and whatever else they want to throw in, and they're all happening in these cities that are run by Democrats, right? They've got these Democratic mayors, they've got Democratic machines keeping them in power, and they're just in terrible shape and so forth. And I want to go to them and say, you know what? These cities that they point to, of course, New York, right? Los Angeles, San Francisco, Berkeley, and Chicago, right? And I want to go back to them and tell them, okay, true. But these cities that you're pointing to, right, with all the problems that they certainly have, they have these problems because so many people live there because they can't very often imagine living anywhere else, right? I'm sorry, I'm also trying to look for something that on my machine here. Where is it? Hold on, forgive me. Give me a moment. Because this was just annoying me. I know I put something in and now I can't find it. No, maybe not. Anyway, sorry. But, these are places, a disease is going to spread more quickly there because you have more people living on top of each other in these big apartment buildings and meeting in the elevators and they're meeting on the stairs and they're crowded on the streets because there are all these people there. Right? And even more so than that, these are the cities that if someone in like Berlin or in Woolloomooloo, Australia, or in Thailand or China or something, is saying, if you had a chance to go to America, if you were going to fly to the United States, right, and you were going to spend a week somewhere or a few days, where would you go, right? And they're not going to say Knoxville, Tennessee, even though I'm sure it's a perfectly nice place. And they have a very nice week there and nice places to eat and things to do, and probably nice hotels. They're not going to say that. They're not going to say all these little southern towns or Texas towns or places in Arizona unless they want to get the phlegm out of their throats the way I want to get it out of mine. No. Where do they want to come? They want to come to these terrible places that are sliding downhill and so terrible, like New York, like Chicago, like LA, like they've seen on TV. and in the movies, because those are the places. So it's got, I love the mayors and senators and governors and the talk show hosts from all these other places who are running down relentlessly, sometimes with good cause, these big cities that are being ruined and terrible by the Democrats, and just go, okay, ask folks who are growing up, in a little tiny burg in Alabama, right, or in Missouri, or in South Dakota. Ask them, okay, you want to be an actor, or maybe you're gay or lesbian. Where do you want to? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to be? If you could get a ticket to New York and a place to stay that you can afford, would you stay where you are? Or maybe, especially if you're young and you're looking forward, or you want to be in Manhattan or near Manhattan, Brooklyn, right? Or do you want to be in LA or South LA, whatever. Do you want to be in Carmondale, Illinois, or do you want to be in Chicago? it's just a thought. Why did that occur to me? Why? What does that have to do with what I'm even? Oh, it's all. This is just not going away. I am so sorry. I cannot do anything about this rasp, but I know it's irritating as hell. It's irritating to me too. So I'm just gonna roll with it, and you're just gonna have to hear it. I'm gonna try and stop clearing my throat, because I know that's not good for it anyway. But I do this to say that one hopes Broadway will come back. Now, still at the moment, as you all know, or as you probably know, May 30th is kind of the restart date for Broadway for now. This is what they're saying. They're saying that all Broadway shows are suspended. Oh, what's up? Are suspended from, they were suspended March 12th, and now they're on hiatus through March 30th. The general thinking is things will not crank up, or the earliest that they could get going is May 30th. It's not. What they're actually thinking is maybe May 30th they'll start letting the electricians. I mean, they're already doing stuff in the theaters in a distance way. They're keeping the place clean. They're rewriting. There's theaters that are being rebuilt. This has actually been a pretty good time for a couple of Broadway houses that needed work. But they're getting it done, and they don't have to worry every night. Oh, there's a show coming in. They got to work around it. They can just go in there and do. But still, in terms of when people will come to a Broadway theater and see a Broadway show, I'm thinking vaccinations and so forth, probably October and November is when we might start to see like a Hamilton take the first leap, because that's the first show they're going to put back up there, and then Hamilton will come back in a somewhat distanced way, because Hamilton can afford not to fill every seat. Hamilton, I don't know how many seats the theater they're in has. Maybe it's like 1,300. They can put in 1,000 and still make a profit, and they've already made billions. So other shows, not so much. So we'll see. And we'll see, there'll be a test case. They're going to roll. It's not suddenly on October 5th, they're going to flip a switch, and every Broadway show that was currently running in March will suddenly be back. Or all these shows that were just about to open in previews when the lights went down in March. So, oh, yeah, we're back. No, they're going to probably do about 4 or 5 theaters, see how it goes for a week or 2 or 3, and then add more and more and more in the hopes that everything goes okay. So that's where we are in terms of Broadway right now. What I was looking for before is, I know that Manhattan Theater Club announced that they're definitely planning a show coming up for 21 or 22, winter of 22, I think it is. But unfortunately, I cannot, for the life of me, I was looking for it. I was looking in my files. I didn't put it in my notes for the segment, but a little bit of good news, a little bit of news that Manhattan Theater Club is doing a show that will, in person, that they're planning for. It's more than a year away, but at least they're announcing stuff, and they've got another off-Broadway show planned as well. Oh, I want to do a little bit of sad news in the neighborhood on our Inside Broadway segment. It has to do with a theater critic that I knew, a very nice and very spunky and feisty lady named Sandy Cates. Farewell to theater critic Sandy Cates, who passed away on January 7th at the age of 80. She had cardiac and kidney issues. Mostly she was a travel writer, but with some theater thrown in. So she and her husband, who survives her, we used to see them all the time on our American Theater Critics trips. And she was always so ebullient and so happy to be there and so happy to see theater, but also to see, like I was, a city, to be in a different place and check out the restaurants and check out the museums and the feeling of the place. And she was just always in a very goofy, fun, good mood. And I'm happy to say that Sandy did write one column for the website that I administer. It's called totaltheater.com, totaltheater.com. Yeah, it's still around. It's still, I don't really publicize it much because there hasn't been much theater to review, although some of our reviewers are writing about virtual and Zoom theater and things like that. But Sandy did write a column of not that many years back about her trip with a travel writer that we published on totaltheater.com, and you can read it there. So just look in the, our search box doesn't really work, but we have a whole list of all the articles and all the reviews that are on the site, and we just look for Kate's. If we do like a Control F and look for KATZ, you can read her column there, and also read about her and find her more stuff about her. And I think she was from Charleston, South Carolina, so she was reporting on that sector of the U.S. in her theater critic and travels. Well, speaking of theater, I also want to remind you that this segment is brought to you by Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Since 1944, this journal, this magazine, has been around, and it's been the Bible for the theater and entertainment industry. This is where people go when they want to know, hey, what's happening? What's going on Broadway, off Broadway? How do I contact all the people who are involved in producing and designing and writing and directing and making all this theater? How do I get in touch with them? Are we, is that, oh, today? Sure, absolutely, yeah. Give me a mo. Hold on one moment. Yes, okay. Oh, we're gonna have, this is gonna be really cool. I think we're gonna have a more special guest than I thought we had in the first place. Thank you, Alan. So, where am I? Performing Arts Insider. So here it is. Well, that's the back cover. You know this guy, right? Little more dark hair in that picture back when I was at the university radio station. But this is what we do every month in a hard copy magazine. You get a guide to all the Broadway shows. Now, these, of course, were the ones that were running before they went on hiatus. Shows that were about to open. Here's a map of the Broadway Theater District. Now you got a guide to all those theaters. How many seats do they have in them? Who controls them? Who are the landlords? Are they Schubert's, Niederlanders, Jansen, someone else? All that info on one page. And then, really important for the theater, for everyone in the entertainment industry, a list of the press agents. These are the people that you call first. It's sort of like when you want to reach somebody at a company. Well, there's a receptionist. You go through the receptionist or the secretary. They either put you through or they take a message. That's how you get them. Well, who are the secretaries for these press agents? You know, or the secretaries for the Broadway and off-Broadway shows are these people. So if you want to get in touch with an actor or a director or a designer or a choreographer, a lyricist, this is the place. Call and email these folks. We've got that information. We also have our day-by-day calendar listings of shows. Right now they're on hiatus, of course. And of course, our guide to shows that will be opening, pandemic going away, one hopes, shows on, off, and off Broadway that will be opening in 21 and 22 and beyond. This has all the listings, everybody involved, and how to get in touch with them. You can't really find that info anywhere else but in Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. If you want to find out more about it and subscribe, go to performingartsinsider.com, performingartsinsider.com. And speaking of performing arts and the theater, I do have one bit of more sad news to give you for this week. It just happened yesterday. We learned that Bob Avian, 83-year-old choreographer and director Bob Avian, has died of a heart attack. He started studying ballet and dancing ballet, and also in the ensembles of the original West Side Story and Funny Girl. Actually, I don't think there's been another Funny Girl since the original. And then he kind of ended up working with and collaborating with Michael Bennett on shows like Follies and Promises, Promises. And on Company, he would be the associate choreographer. Bennett would be quote unquote the main choreographer. But then Avian got his biggest gig, the gig that lands him forever in the history books when the story of Broadway is told. He's the choreographer of a chorus line. He's the guy. He's with the hats, with the costumes, with the one singular sensation, with the music in the mirror, Bob Avian. He won a Tony Award for it, of course. He also won another Tony Award for the musical Ballroom. He was the choreographer of Miss Saigon. He also directed, choreographed, and co-produced the original Dreamgirls. So yeah, and he was the choreographer most recently, I guess, on the Sondheim show, Putting It Together, a Sondheim review. In England, he won awards for choreographing a show that was going to come to Broadway, never quite made it, but they did make a musical of Martin Gare. And it just didn't happen. It was a time when it was tough getting Euro musicals to Broadway. But he choreographed that. And you know, it's funny, maybe this was in my mind when I was talking before, but let me take this call. Let me see if it's spam or somebody. Hold on. Dave's gone by. Hello. Hi, who's calling, please? Oh my God. Oh my, can I put you on? I'm doing the show. Can I put you on the air? Well, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone because, you know, this is kind of a one-way conversation at the moment. So here, folks, is someone I had wanted to get on the show playing our Today, Yesterday quiz, but couldn't really do that. Got a little bit of feedback there, but behind the feedback, you will hear my cousin Adam Glass. Adam, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? And happy birthday, young man.
Well, not so young, but thank you very, very much. Happy days to you too. And thanks so much for calling. So, has it been? You know, how is your 23 days so far into 2021? How have they been for you?
Well, it only feels like 450 days so far.
Even for just this year, I'm not counting 2020, which was a hell of a year. We all know that.
It was. It's been interesting. I mean, we've obviously had a very interesting start to the year. I mean, January 6th, the day that will go down as the footnotes, and our illustrious ex-president, and all the things. Listen, I have to stop for a moment and plug something here. I'm loving some Rabbi Sal. I really do.
Well, Rabbi Sal will be with us in a little while to do not a rabbinical reflection, but he's going to be going through the newspapers of Jewish newspapers locally. So he's going to have some fun with that. One hopes he'll have some fun with that, and that you will too. So, are you plugged in?
At the moment, I am. Well, at the moment, I'm with the hound out in the field. So
oh, wow. And what are you doing with the hound out in the field? Are you that lonely? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No. My job is to throw the ball. Their job is to chase it. And as long as they keep chasing it, bringing it back, we're all good.
What kind of ball, by the way? I'm not.
What kind of ball?
What kind of dog? Excuse me. What kind of dog?
I don't think that was a mistake on your part.
No, that was Freudian, man.
I know you.
I'm 57. I'm already tired. I'm like, what kind of testicle are you throwing at the dog? No.
We've got two Goldens. We've got a standard, beautiful golden Charlotte, and I've got a white golden named Jack.
Yeah. So is that why they call them retrievers? Because you just throw stuff and they keep bringing it back?
I have no bloody idea why, but I believe they're originated in Scotland only about 150 years ago, and they're very good. They are very good retrievers and hunting dogs and so on. And they have what they call the retrievers soft mouths.
Oh.
because they bred these kinds of dogs, all kinds of retrievers, for soft mouths because they wouldn't damage the meat when they were retrieving it for the hunters.
So is that why you're out in the field with your dog, because it has a soft mouth and it won't hurt your meat? Is that the is that what we're talking about here?
Not as far as you know. So actually no, just because they're fun, friendly, really sweet, and wonderful dogs, and they need exercise and like the cold.
Huh. Well, so let me ask you, cousin Adam, and by the way, we have another cousin of mine who's going to be our special guest later in the show, Michael Levine, the New York City planner. Let me, I know I always ask you this, and I know I never remember, but just remind me and everyone, how am I related to you?
Let's see. Easiest way is your grandmother and my grandmother were sisters.
There we go. So my grandmother, Lucy, and your grandmother? Arnie. Angela, okay, yeah. We're sisters.
We're sisters, yeah. And so you have, of course, your dad, Philip.
Right.
And my mother, Meryl, are first cousins. Makes you and I second cousins, and there you go.
Cool. This is really, really terrible of me. Is Meryl with us?
Yes.
Oh, how is she doing?
She's doing fairly well for 80-something.
Yeah, well, for 80-something, yeah. So what is she there assisted? I mean, how she, what's her life?
Living independent, married, living in Westchester, and excuse me 1 second, I have to, moderate behaviors.
Get going, yeah.
And well, when dogs are dogs, and sometimes they have to be reminded only fraternization goes so far.
Oh, good Lord, yeah. There's that soft mouth again, yeah.
Yeah. So, little minx. Anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, she's doing very well, thank God, and all things being equal, healthy and well. So
that's your mom, and now Meryl and was it Iris? Our sisters are.
So Iris is the oldest of the three. Judy is the youngest.
Oh, Judy, of course, yes, yes.
And Meryl's in the middle.
Right. And how are Iris and Judy doing? Let me know. This is my family. This is the only time I'm ever going to ask.
Iris just turned 91 in November.
Wow.
Yeah. God bless her. We should all live to be as young as she is.
Right.
Because that woman just will never stop. And I actually don't know how old Judy is. Not that I should be putting that out there anyway.
No, but how's she doing? That's the real question. How's she and Richard doing?
Truth be told, I have not spoken to her in some time. As far as I know, she's all right.
Well, good. Okay.
But I have not been in touch with her in some time.
Yeah. Which is kind of, I should also mention that Judy, again, who is the sister, along with Iris, of Meryl, who is my guest here, Adam Glass's mom. Their son has been on this program. He's Scott Aronell. He's a set designer. So that's how this all kind of ties together. So here's my memory. Since this is, I'm getting nostalgic, and this is the 57th birthday and all of that. What bonded the two of us, besides blood, was because I don't bond with anything. I'm like, leave me alone. But we bonded over what? Do you remember? I'm sure you remember.
Oh, was it Dr. Demento?
No. Close.
Larry. My name is Larry.
Wildman Fisher? No.
Well, listen, I remember you playing that for me. My name is Larry. Did you not? Really? Do you not remember that record you had played?
Oh, no, of course I remember Wildman Fisher. My name is Larry. And that I was trying to share with you my demented stuff because you shared with me what? No, they're not going to. It's Dr. Something.
I shared things with you. I shared some music with you that I cannot. I would not be inclined to share on radio, but you would, and that's okay. It's your show.
But no, that was the thing. He's actually we had him as a guest. It was John Balby.
That's right.
Dr. Dirty.
That's right. Dr. Dirty.
So that is a memory that I have. I remember you brought a cassette or a couple of cassettes to play.
I did.
Now, for those who don't know, Dr. Dirty, quote unquote, John Balby is a cabaret nightclub kind of entertainer, concert entertainer, who does really filthy, mostly parodies. He usually just one or two verses. He's not like a Tom Lehrer satirical genius. He picks the most, it's kind of, if you're looking for a predecessor of my Colorado Limericks of the Damned, it's probably in John Balby. It was just, it's filth. It's pure unadulterated comic filth, which you shared with me when I was what, 11, 12? How old were we?
Well, I just passed 53 earlier this week.
Yeah.
And so you had to one up me at 57.
Oh, that's 5 up or 4 up. Yeah, yeah. 4 up.
So, so I would imagine you were in your late teens. I was in my early to mid-teens at that point.
Well, so I was already old enough to hear that sort of thing. Oh, but you weren't. Shame on you.
I remember where I got that tape from was a guy I went to junior high school with. He made a copy of it, and then I was going to your house. I said, I got to bring this tape.
Yes.
And we were at your house for some celebration of something or other, you know, and when everybody else was downstairs at the pool table, we went upstairs and we started going through things that, you know, having conversations that would not have been appropriate for the rest of the people around the pool table.
Absolutely not. Unless it's like Jodie Foster sprawled across a pool table. That'd be very, very different. Yeah. But that was our bond. That, for me, I had forgotten that I played for you Wildman Fisher and My Name is Larry and the Wildman Fisher story. But I certainly remember that you introduced me to this magical tape of this guy who's just like, you know, do you want to do your mother at the gangbang? Oh, yes, we do. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And the candy bar poem and his own set of limericks. Yeah, absolutely. Some of which I still remember some 35 plus years later because they stuck with me.
Well, would you really feel uncomfortable? Huh?
Well, Big Ass Little Yukon Pete, which is desperately inappropriate to put on radio.
Well, this is not really, we're not on radio right now. This is just Facebook. And I have pretty much free leeway. So would you like to do a Valby poem or not?
I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd say it to you first, and then if you felt it was okay to let that one fly, because unfortunately, Big Ass Little Yukon Pete really goes south of normal conversation. Yeah,
okay. Well, maybe one of the other little poems or limericks that he did that you remember?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of one of the other ones. Let's see. I only remember some of the verses. Big Ass Little Yukon Pete, actually, I remembered because I had to write an essay for a class, and I had nothing to write. I couldn't think of anything, so I wrote that down because I couldn't think of anything else.
And
they gave me a pass.
Did they think that you created it? What was it? It wasn't even created. It was a math class, I'll bet. What class was it?
It was for an English class. I kid you not. I drew a blank and I couldn't think of anything. I had a blank piece of paper 30 minutes later, and I just wrote as fast as I could, and all I got was on it, pass.
No, that wasn't the one other thing it reminds me, the one other thing that we kind of had in common was one teacher that you had that I never had.
King Scope. I have him on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, his name is Frank Scoblet. He's also been on this program. When I knew him, I was a would-be actor, and he was part of a troupe on Long Island that toured all over to libraries and community centers doing theater. They were called the Other Vic Theater Company, and I was like, I had little roles and was helping them, and it was kind of fun.
I remember seeing you at the Peninsula Public Library, and you did what was the name of the play? It was one that was with Robert Redford and someone else who did the movie version of it.
Was it Barefoot in the Whoa, would it have been Barefoot in the Park? I don't even remember.
It was Barefoot in the Park.
Wow. I wasn't in it. I don't remember. I was probably just doing the sound or something.
You were doing sound. Doing sound, but I remember going there because you were going to be there, and so Frank and Mrs.
Alana Caraccio. That was her name.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. So what happened with Frank Scoblet, as you know, is, you know, he was a teacher, and then he was a theater owner, and they ran the Other Vic, and then they bought a building out in whatever, Babylon or somewhere. To do theater. They were going to have their own playhouse, and they opened a musical, and they opened it on the weekend of a giant January snowstorm. Nobody went. They lost thousands of dollars. They had to sell the theater. happy ending. Why don't you tell everybody what happened to, well, people who watch the show would kind of know, but what happened to Frank Scoblette?
I actually don't know. I know he retired and he's written a number of books.
Well, you know what they're about.
I'm sorry?
You know what the books are about.
Gambling, aren't they?
Yes.
Successful in Vegas and elsewhere?
Yeah, he's one of those people who can't get into half the casinos because they know he knows the system and is more likely to win than lose a lot of the time. So he's actually one of these people who, for a living, gambles. Thousands. He's probably put away a nest egg now and doesn't do it. I don't know, but he's written books about it.
I believe he's been banned from a number of places because.
Yeah, because they think he's counting cards or something, or he's just too good, which is amazing to me. And he tilts the odds away from the house.
Well, he couldn't, they couldn't prove it and they couldn't hold him, but they could invite him to leave and never come back.
Yeah.
So I believe that's what they did.
But I remember him telling a story on the air, speaking of stories that we keep in our memory repository, of losing in one night, like an extraordinary amount, the kind of money that I don't make in 2 years in my current salary, right? Just one night gone and just coming home and crawling up in a fetal position and almost sucking his thumb and then coming back at it and making like half of it back in a couple of days. That's his life,
Yeah, listen.
I don't envy it. I don't think I could live. Could you? Do you think you could live like that? Could you be that risk-taking?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
No. I love the scuba dive, and I've got no issue with critters of the deep and things like that. But I am otherwise generally rather risk averse.
Yeah.
So, for me, I may play poker once a year with a bunch of friends who will play poker, and if I win or lose $50, that's about as far as I'm prepared to go.
Well, you have to also take off your underpants, which is it's a very strange game that you guys poker game that you guys play. But
we don't talk about that.
Really? No, sorry. Oops. Excuse me. So here's the deal, cousin Adam Glass. So want to thank you a lot for calling. I want to ask what are your goals for 2021? What are you hoping for?
Oh, wow. I'd love for this COVID thing to get under control. That'd be kind of nice. And for my daughter to be able to go actually back to college and be at college versus via remote. That'd be nice so she could actually have the college experience. That'd be kind of nice.
Who can you say her name and what college she's in and what she's studying?
She's Piper's at UConn.
Ooh.
And thankfully, unlike her father, she's very, very bright. She's honors program in pre-law and all kinds of other stuff. She got into different stuff, and she's doing very well, thankfully. And
cool.
Hopefully, she'll get to go back because the first semester was nothing but isolation. And and that was a waste.
Well, what is she? I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the guests who are going to be calling in. But what's did you say what she's studying? What her major is?
Right now, she's going for poli-sci, and she's considering a double major and something else and another minor. And
what is poli-sci? So does she want to be a politician at some point?
No, she's looking at law.
Oh, how cool! And that is you have one daughter, that is correct? Yes. So I'm glad. I'm. You know what? Nobody's going anywhere. So if she's home taking classes and it's another semester away, it's we all get through it. It'll be a story that she'll tell her children.
Yeah, right. So let's see. When I was going to school, we didn't actually go. We were home because.
Exactly. So anyway,
yes, sir.
Cousin Adam Glass, I want to thank you enormously for calling in and saying hello on this episode of Dave's Gone By. My 57th birthday. Are you going to sing to me? Because the song is in public domain now. You can actually sing Happy Birthday and not pay royalties. So you can sing that or sing a John Balby thing, but serenade moi.
Let's see. I may have a voice for radio, but only when speaking. Yom Holedet Sameach and happy birthday to you.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yom Hulege, of course. And that's what Rabbi Saul would say to me too. So thank you, Adam Glass, for giving us a buzz. Much health to you and your daughter, and my gosh, to your mom and your two aunts, who amazingly are still with us. I think that's fantastic. So just a much better year than the one we've been having to all of you.
You, and please to your parents and everyone around you, if you will, to your wife, of course.
Absolutely.
Hopefully one of these days I'll actually get to see you since you're local nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like 4 miles away. Just come by in a car. I'll wave to you. I'll throw food at you, and you can come get it on the lawn and throw stuff back at me. It'll be fun.
Nice.
Yeah, works for me. All right, my friend. Have a great one, and thank you so much. Bye.
Take good care.
And we are back. I believe we are back live streaming on Facebook on this Saturday morning, January 23rd, 2021, with the Dave's Gone By program. Very sorry about the break that we had there. It was a complete mistake on my part. Basically, what happened was I'm so used to using Zoom and Google Meet at work that when my conversation with my cousin, Adam Glass, ended, instead of just removing him from the room, I just clicked automatically on the button End Meeting for All, which means then I just killed the meeting, and then I had to wait for the for what had been recorded of the meeting to be recorded by Zoom. So that took about 5 minutes to do. Now we're back and we're recording, and we have guests in the neighborhood. We have, and let me get them on gallery view, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us in the neighborhood to my left, I'm not sure if he's to your left, holding why a duck, why no chicken. David Seward with his duck. Do you have a name for the duck?
No, it's I used to have a house upstate, and there was like an antique store that had this in the window. It's a decoy, a wooden decoy.
No, it's not a real duck. It's a possum masquerading as a duck.
Yeah, like Daffy Duck used to, hang out with.
Yeah.
So I really liked it. So I bought it.
Yeah, and I hope it wasn't a big bill for you. That's David Seward, by the way. He is a theater critic. He's also readable on theaterlife.com, culturalweekly.com, and his blog, The David Desk. With him and with us are our old friends. Well, first of all, I see Sulu in the background, but in the foreground, there's I never remember his name. Oh, I can't hear. What?
Starts with a G.
Use crackers.
Graham the groundhog. How's Graham doing? And with our friends Fred and Wendy, as we like to call them, Friendy. Now, Fred, if you both can just squinch a little bit more together, because I'm getting half your faces. And Wendy, if you could also be a lot closer to the microphone somehow, because that's one of the issues I can't necessarily hear. Say something, Wendy. Hello.
Something.
There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it going on. And Fred, it's almost like you have split screen there. It's so interesting.
Yeah, it does. It's just the doorway.
No, it's literally like Joe Scarborough and Mika in the mornings when they're married and yet they're in different cities. And so it looks like
that's right. Yeah.
We are physically right there with each other. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
Good. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, happy birthday, David.
Thank you ever so much. So yeah, it's my 57th year on the planet. I'm not going to ask how old you guys all are, but how's for Wendy and Fred? How's your 2021 been so far?
Well,
it got a lot better on Wednesday.
Yeah, since the inauguration.
Yeah.
Wait, of course. Yeah. Have you all seen the Bernie Sanders meme? I think we all have.
Yes.
Yes, I have. Yes.
I'm sure with the mittens, and I want those mittens too. But it's you've seen him put into everything from Sunday in the Park with George to the Golden Girls, which is my favorite one. You've seen that, right?
My favorite was the Queen's Gambit. He was playing chess with her. But...
Oh, that's excellent. Fabulous. So, do you have hopes going forward? I mean, now we have a new administration. We've got a new president. We've got a majority speaker is now a Democrat. I mean, you know, do you think it's really going to make that big a difference?
Yes, things will get
Yes.
better.
Good.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably. I was just saying to my husband the other day, he's a bit more pessimistic than I am. But we had this discussion where he would say, "Oh, the Republicans are going to do this and this and this and this," and I said, "Well, that's normal. That's just the way it's going to be." What we have just ended was this whole era which went beyond just the push-pull of normal everyday politics. It ascended into the level of insanity where we had a chief executive who didn't know what the truth was. And he persuaded a huge swath of our population that facts don't matter. It's just what I say and you buy it, and that's how we're going to work.
Yeah.
And that's how people like our friend Hitler and our friend Mussolini worked.
Well, it wasn't really my friend. I knew them.
Well, and
I had
this,
worked with them a couple of times.
I'm being sarcastic.
And I have to say, you know what? Facts at this point, I don't know if they matter, because let's face it, we all email. Who uses a fax at this point? We send things digitally.
I get it.
Yes, you get it, don't you?
I get it.
Is that worth an old Mr. Peabody or not yet?
Oh, Mr. Peabody.
That was
You asked me to come up with a new catchphrase.
Oh, yes,
And the new catchphrase is what Boris used to say to Natasha when he didn't like what she was saying, which was, "Shut up your mouth."
So now you have two that you can use. So if there's one that's a classic, like, bad pun, Mr. Peabody, but the other one, "Shut up your mouth." Let's hear I can hear Russian in that, though.
Shut up your mouth.
Okay, getting there. Getting better.
Boris used to say that to Natasha when, she did something he didn't like.
Now, Wendy and Fred, do you have a catchphrase that you want to throw in there at any point, or you're not catchphrase kind of people?
I would say, tell me more. Tell me more.
Okay.
Or tell me more. Is that from
Oh,
Greek?
that's a bad thing to say to Dave, but okay.
Thank you.
Well, Fred's a quiet person, so to get Fred to talk, I would say, tell me more. Talk to me, Fred.
Cool. When you're talking, Wendy, if you can just get close to the microphone, because what happens is when you go back, it's feedback. It's just kind of like very echoey, and I can't.
Okay.
Can you hear her?
Oh, that's better. That's good.
Yeah. So
I
kind
can
of.
get the headphones too if you give me to.
Yeah. Oh, well, so far, let's see how it goes, because I'm going to ask you guys to all play. And of course, I've forgotten to do the roll a die thing, but it is the weekly, and I don't know where Leslie Blake is.
Now, are they a team? Are Fred and Wendy a team?
Oh, yes. They play against you.
Okay, fine.
So, but they can only have one answer. So it's you against them.
Oh yeah, I just remembered Groucho Marx used to have a quiz show. Whenever you said the secret word, the duck would descend.
That's right, yeah.
You bet your life.
Yes.
Was it? Yes. Okay. So I don't know what the secret word is, but the secret of the game. Do you guys, Wendy and Fred, you watched the show. Do you know how the game works? Yeah, you played it, in fact, along at home. That's sort of the home game version, yes?
Yeah, explain it for Wendy. She doesn't watch the show as much as I do.
So it gets a little more complicated with 3 contestants, but here we go. I would like you guys, since you're the no offense, David, but you're with us every week. So Wendy and Fred, between the two of you, can you please pick a number between 1 and 6?
Okay, 5.
My favorite number. So I'm going to put W for, and you guys go 5. And David?
Let's go with 4.
Ooh, short with 4. What I'm going to do is Wendy and Fred, I'm going to roll, and sorry, Graham, I'm going to roll a virtual die. That's here. It's called Roll a Die. Let me just make sure it can roll.
A text from Leslie, by the way.
Oh, and
it says on the way, technical glitches.
Well, I've already had them today, so it's my day for that. Now, the die that I just rolled, oh, wait, if she's on her way, well, we can banter a little bit.
Yeah, right.
1, 2, because this is, oh, wait, it's only 2 contestants anyway at the moment. So we'll stay with your 4, with Wendy 5. So, hey, what do you guys want to We'll give until 11. Yeah.
I was going to point out that I was really moved by Lady Gaga's performance of the national anthem.
Beautiful.
I was moved because she was dressed like a tomato. I know she had that.
A tomato with a bird on her shoulder.
Yes.
It was so dramatic. She made
Yes.
such a dramatic entrance.
And
Yeah.
at the point where she says, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there, and then she turned to the flag and gestured like this, I almost was crying because that very building was under assault just 2 weeks earlier, and it was like she was saying, the flag is still here, the Capitol's still here. We have not succumbed to the madness and the authoritarianism, the proto-inept authoritarianism of the previous administration, and we're here.
Did you guys get the show? Because we were watching, all of us had our little computers on at work, and we all had them on our screens. And I got a little choked up here and there just watching the whole the whole thing, the design of it, the big white freaking building, and it's just there was moments about it where I like, okay, we made it.
The first press conference was inspiring. The first press conference was wonderful too.
Yeah. I didn't watch his speech from that.
Now they're going to have daily press conferences. They're not going to tell us to inject bleach into our systems.
We may ask Mitch McConnell to inject bleach into his system, just to test it, just to try. Yeah. But yeah.
Don't you think that Mitch McConnell looks like Irene Ryan from the Beverly Hillbillies?
Well, to me, it's more like the souffle has fallen in his face. I
put up on Facebook, I put a picture next to him of Prune Face from Dick Tracy. I said separated at birth.
Well, let me ask Wendy and Fred, what were your feelings during the inauguration, the press conference, the first couple of days of Biden?
Well, I really loved Amanda Gorman.
Is that the poet?
Yeah.
The poet laureate.
It was good to see someone. There are young people who, it's true. Biden is mostly people left over from.
Here she comes. Here she is.
We have her. We're hoping to have her. We're getting close to having her. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our third guest in the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Actually, perfect timing. I can share this when Leslie Hoban Blake comes with us.
Okay, her text. Oh, there we go.
I see some visuals. I see her hats.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Leslie.
Okay. No, I'm here. I'm not. I'm the invisible Leslie.
I was going to say. Did you...
There we are. Hello.
Oh, I didn't mean to keep other people waiting too. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, well, just David. You knew David was here.
I didn't know other people were here. You guys are used to me being late. These people are not. So good morning.
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
Are our friends from Colorado, Wendy, Hybe, and Fred Cleaver. We also have, of course, David Short and his duck, and now with us, Leslie Hoban Blake, theater critic and friend of the
duck. My God. You've taken over, David. I can't keep up. I have a whole closet full of them, but I would have to get up and go get them. So,
but we also have one more special guest. This was my wife's wonderful idea of, ladies and gentlemen, for my birthday. This is the actual Carvel Cookie Puss.
Oh my God!
Is this today? Is today your birthday, David?
Yeah, today is my 57th birthday. Thanks for remembering.
Don't we have to sing to you at least or something?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, won't we be sued?
David, you begin. I'll find a note at the somewhere.
And actually, no, David, it's public domain now.
I said we don't have to pay royalties, so we can sing it. So everybody ready? Colorado people too? Ready? Right. And
happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you.
Wow.
And many more.
Oh, thank you. I'm moved in ways that you don't want to know about. Oh my. This is why the music teachers at our school have special software that links up the sounds. So
I was going to say that was such a bad idea. I am so sorry.
No, it was fabulous. Thank you.
Bad ideas.
Oh, no, it was delightful. And it's the thought that wasn't the vocals.
It sure as hell wasn't the song that counted. Yes, right. I got it.
So thank you guys. Yes, I'm 57 years old today. I feel every bit.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure I want to hang out with you anymore, David.
Well, please, at my age, everything's starting to hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Slip each testicle back in my briefs. It's just horrible. But you know,
Oh, I didn't need to hear that.
no, you did not.
And I'm not even going to go there. I'm not going to add any commentary on that at all.
That's what
Now I remember Leslie's birthday from 2 years ago. You invited us all to a place that is fighting.
It was only last year, David. It feels like 2 years ago. It was only 2019.
Oh, I remember.
So, you know,
Yeah.
it's
The
we had a
West
party
Bank
with
Cafe.
about 60 people, which is the last time that's ever going to happen in my lifetime. You guys may have it again, but I don't think I'll last that long.
Has it
Tell
closed?
you the truth.
It was at the West Side, no, West Bank
West
Cafe.
Bank Cafe.
The West
It
Bank
has
Cafe.
closed, or
Yeah.
are they trying to save it?
No, they had it. Did you not know about that? They had a big benefit for him,
Oh,
and
okay.
he made over 250. He just made enough to keep it because he was using his own savings. He made enough to stay the rent for a while and
Wonderful.
keep some staff on, and we'll see what happens. You know,
Yeah, but now
And
they're,
I live in the neighborhood, and I don't order from him because I don't order from anybody. I cook my own food, so you know.
but they're also trying to do the same thing now with Pangea. Pangea is having benefits, so that place doesn't close.
Where's Pangea? I know the name, but I've never been. Where is it?
It's like East something.
Wasn't that the name of the supercontinent?
Is it?
All the continents were together at one point, and the guy who had that theory called all the continents together Pangea.
Oh, no, I have Pangea like
You're right.
here,
Yes.
and it's just like crazy. It's very annoying.
This is why David
Well,
always
being a
comes
high
out
school
on top.
Being a
in
high
this
school teacher,
event.
I sort of know these things.
Indeed. Well, that's the thing. That's because both David and Leslie, you know, Wendy and Fred, don't feel bad. You guys are real smart, and Wendy's a librarian, right? And Fred has written stuff. So you guys are no small shakes either. But you know these two guys playing against them. That's so
sweet of him. It's so sweet of him to include me. I was a school librarian, but an elementary school librarian. So I retired. I loved being a librarian. It was the best job in the whole world. I just loved it.
I did not know. I know you were a theater director. Oh, sorry.
What?
Oh, I was saying that's nice to know. That's very nice to know.
By the way, my daughter-in-law's name is Wendy, so I will remember your name.
Oh, okay.
So let us get to the game now. Now, Leslie, I'm very glad that you're with us. I'm going to ask you, though, to give me a number between 1 and 6, please.
Well, I'm going to go for 6 because I always pick 6.
You always go for 6, okay? So,
stubbornly, I will admit.
So Leslie goes for 6. Now we had rolled, the first number that we rolled was a 3. So the closest to that is David Sheward. I'll do D for David. It's easier.
Always David Sheward.
So David, you get to either decide whether you want to go first, second, or third.
I will go first.
You go first. Okay. And now we get to decide between the two of you. I'm going to do this again. I'm going to roll the die again. Oh my God, it came up 3 again. So the closest to the 3 is now Wendy. So Wendy, you get to decide, you and Fred get to decide whether you want to go second or third.
Let's do second.
Okay. Wendy and Fred, second, and Leslie.
I guess sloppy thirds. Yes, I know. I get the
What an image.
That was the nickname in high school. There we go. I don't even
Thank you, David.
Yeah, very welcome.
I just have to find the level of humor. That's
you have to look under the chair for the level of humor in this show. That's for sure. Anyway, we're playing our today-yesterday game on Dave's Gone By with David and Wendy and Fred, aka Friendy, and Leslie Hobang Blake. We have questions. Each question is worth 2 points. If the person answering the question gets it right, they get 2 points. If they do not, they get 0 points. And then we roll the dice who gets to steal the question if the contestant gets it wrong. And then they get the points, but there's no deduction for a wrong answer. Okay, you just get no points. Okay?
Dave, when you sit, Dave Lefkowitz, when you sit exactly where you are now, you have a lovely little set of I am a Martian things coming from the D and the G behind you.
Oh, yeah,
they form little Martian things.
Like bunny ears. Yeah.
Yes, but you got to stay right a little more to your left.
Yeah. Because you.
Never mind, never mind.
I'm a lot not so close to Mars, but much closer to Uranus. But you know.
Oh, Mr. Peabody.
So
Shut
no
up your mouth.
You did them both on my birthday. Thank you. Wow, that was a double. Excellent. Thank you, David Seward. All right, are you guys all ready to play the game?
Yes.
Yes.
First question goes to David Seward. And we go back to 1737. Oh, you history buff you. Born today in Massachusetts is American statesman John Hancock.
Oh, okay.
Which of these is not true about this president of the Second Continental Congress? This is a multiple choice. A, in the presidential election of 1789, he received only 4 electoral votes. B, when John Hancock first signed the Declaration of Independence, he and his witness were the only names on it. C, he spent many years suffering from gout. D, like Alexander Hamilton, Hancock also spent much of his childhood in poverty.
So the question, so which of those is not true?
Which of those is false about John Hancock?
Now, it could be any. It's interesting. There's not too much known. Hancock is not as prominent a figure as some other people, and he's not.
Lin-Manuel is working on that. Don't worry.
Right, it's like a musical. Hancock, I got my hand, I got my cock, we got Hank. No. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not in Hamilton, but he is in 1776. But we don't know too much about him, or I can't remember too much about him in the musical 1776. Or that's Lauren Brobart's favorite musical. Let's see. She's the congresswoman who likes guns.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's the gun nut from.
I'll read the choices again, just so we all hear.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
These are so. Which of these is not true about John Hancock, who was born today? That is true. In the presidential election of 1789, he received only 4 electoral votes. B, when John Hancock first signed the Declaration of Independence, he and his witness were the only names on it. C, he spent many years suffering from gout. Or D, like Hamilton, Hancock also spent much of his childhood in poverty.
I think number 2 is true because in the musical 1776, he's the first one to sign it in big letters, and everybody laughs because they say, "Oh, so George III can read it without his spectacles," and I don't think anybody else signs it until the next day. The first one is that he only got 4 votes.
In the presidential election, he received 4 electoral votes.
I'll go with that one, A.
So A is not true. In the presidential election of 1789, Hancock received only 4 electoral votes.
That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, I detect voter fraud, David Seward. That is not the correct answer. That was actually true. So now we get to roll the old diaroo and get diaroomy. Here we go. Let's roll it. No. There we go. Okay, here we go. The number that we came up with is number 5, which means Wendy and Fred, you chose 5 on the die. So you get to steal the question. If you get it right, you get 2 points. Same question. Which of those choices is not true? Let me know if you need me again.
They all have gout. They all had gout. Okay. What was the other? What were the?
I'll read them again. Okay. So the choices are: A, he received only 4 electoral votes. B, when he first signed the Declaration of Independence, he and his witness were the only names on it. C, he spent many years suffering from gout. Or D, like Alexander Hamilton, Hancock also spent much of his childhood in poverty.
Okay, that's all.
I would go poverty.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with D.
You're gonna go with D, that he grew up poor?
Yes.
Oh, reward Friendly with the riches of the Orient. That is the correct answer.
Oh. So he was not.
Yeah, he grew up perfectly like middle class, and then when his father died, when he was young, his father left him a shipping fortune. So he was quite rich growing up. So, wow, Wendy and Fred taking the early lead. Yo.
Yay.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, hooray for the guests, because there are sometimes guests come on here, they've never played the game before, and they get like the big old goose egg. So you've already, or a duck egg for that matter.
Or the duck egg, yes. Is that duck laying an egg right now? Is that what you're doing, David? You're shaking the egg out of it?
I actually, like most ducks, I guess he's just getting down. I'm sorry. Fat joke. All right, let's the next question. Next question does go still now to Fred and Wendy, because you stole the previous question, but now you're set for question number 2. It's your turn. Okay, the year is 1783. Born today is Marie-Henri Beyle, who published novels and historical biographies under such pseudonyms as Louis-Alexandre Bombay and Anastasia Serpillère. But what was the most famous nom de plume of this author, whose posthumously published autobiography was titled Memoirs of an Egotist?
We will say Stendhal.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I'll read that again just because I have really bad French skills. But born today is Marie-Henri Beyle, published novels, historical biographies under names like Louis-Alexandre Bombay and Anastasia Serpillère. But the most famous nom de plume of the author, whose autobiography was titled Memoirs of an Egotist, is stand back, it's Stendhal. Well done. Well done, guys. Oh my God. And for no points, what is his most famous book, everybody? Stendhal's most
Red
famous.
and the Black?
That's it.
Le Rouge et le Noir.
Hey. And I think he also had another color book. He did like the orange and the something. No joke, but the most famous one was the Red and the Black. But
okay, how many in this group have actually read that book?
I know.
Oh, very good. I only know it from the lyrics from A Little Night.
And I read it in French because I was a French major, and then I was in master's program. My French was my minor, so.
Was it any good? Was it good?
It was good. It was sexy. It was hot for what it was, you know.
Oh wow! Okay. Oh, hello.
I only know it from
what?
In A Little Night Music, one of the characters refers to it in the lyrics.
I don't. What song? Remind us.
In Soon Now Later, Frederick is the husband is debating whether or not to initiate sex with his teenage virgin wife, and he's debating internally while she's just jabbering on. And at one point, he says, "I will go back to the red and the black."
Oh, wow.
I forget the exact lyrics, but that's the book he's reading while he's debating.
Right. Or even master debating, which is
right.
A lot more fun. Anyway, no catchphrase, huh?
You're gonna keep feeding him the lines, David S. You're gonna get the fun. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
Well, there's no way around this. We have a cushy lead.
Oh, very good.
Fred of 4 points.
Indeed.
But we haven't even given a question yet to Leslie Hoban Blake. So, Leslie, this is your first question in our Today Yesterday quiz. 1832. Which of these? It's a multiple choice. 1832, French painter Edouard Manet is born today. Okay. Which of these is not true about Manet? A, in his early career, Manet was accused of plagiarizing the old masters. B, out of every 10 Manet paintings, 1 is a seascape. C, he made a series of lithographs to illustrate a special edition of Frankenstein. Or D, filmmaker Jean Renoir directed a satire about artificial insemination that was inspired by Manet.
Wow. Okay, one more time, please.
I like to read these twice.
There's a lot there to process. Yeah. Sorry.
No, the year was 1832. Edouard Manet, born today. A lot of things are true about him, but one of these is not. Is it A, early in his career, Manet was accused of plagiarizing the old masters. B, out of every 10 Manet paintings, one is a seascape. C, he made a series of lithographs to illustrate a special edition of Frankenstein. Or D, filmmaker Jean Renoir directed a satire, a film, about artificial insemination that was inspired by Manet.
I believe two, every one of every 10 is the seascape or whatever you said. I think that's Monet, not Manet. And I always got those two confused, except for Giverny.
The air is fraught.
I know a lot of Renoir films, and I don't remember any one of them about artificial insemination at all, much less as a satire of Manet. So and that's gonna wind up being the answer. I'm gonna go with that he was accused of plagiarizing the old masters. They were they were real sticklers in those days about that kind of thing. So
okay.
I'm gonna say A. Of your answers that you gave us.
Is not true.
Is not true. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. I went right.
Good thing
Oh, thank you, Dave. David S. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna go with the Renoir film, and I'm gonna be wrong. We can go with the Renoir film. Thank you.
That is your final answer?
Yes, as wrong as it might be, it's my final answer.
I'm afraid you are suffering under a grand illusion. Leslie Hoban Blake, that is not the correct answer.
Okay.
So,
I want to know which film it was.
They've
already heard that that's not the answer. So
no, but when the question's over, I actually have the information about that. So I will.
Okay. Thank
I won't give away the actual. So I'm going to roll.
Right.
Okay.
Let's roll this puppy. It came out this time as a 1, which means that David Shewart is closer with his number 4. So right. David Shewart, you get to try and steal.
All right. So it's either just read my choices.
I will read them again. Sure. Right. So which of these is not true about Edouard Manet? Was it, in his early career, he was accused of plagiarizing the old masters. Out of every 10 Manet paintings, one is a seascape. He made a series of lithographs to illustrate a special edition of Frankenstein. Or D, filmmaker Jean Renoir did a film inspired by a Manet painting.
Very interesting. I'll say the one about the seascapes.
Oh, I keep looking for my stuff. And is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I'll be seascape is the wrong answer.
Oh.
Did we get that pun? That was a high-level pun, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Albee, seascape.
Mr. Peabody.
But I'm afraid, well, no, I'm afraid. Wendy and Fred, guess
so
what?
50-50 chance.
Yeah, you can get some serious pointage here if you steal this question, because the question now goes to you. Today.
Okay.
Which of these is not true? Was it A, accused of plagiarizing the old masters? Out of every 10 Manet paintings, one is a seascape. He made a series of lithographs to illustrate special edition of Frankenstein. Or D, Renoir based a movie on his painting.
I'd say the Frankenstein. I think I would have seen it at some point.
Okay.
So again, louder and
okay, I will say the Frankenstein one.
Well, that was a monstrous choice, but the correct one. Wendy and Fred, yes, indeed. What happened was he actually did a series of lithographs for a book of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. Frankenstein. And to answer your question, Leslie, so Renoir had a 1959 film called Picnic on the Grass.
I know that film.
Which took its title from a Manet painting called
Picnic on the Grass, of course. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And it's about artificial insemination.
Anti-insemination film.
I never saw the movie, but apparently it has to do with
artificial insemination. How about that?
Yeah.
I have to interject a story about Manet and Fred.
Yeah.
So if you go to the Chicago Institute, Art Institute,
Yes.
there's a painting called Jesus Walked by the Soldiers.
Uh-huh.
Can you speak up, Wendy? Can't quite hear you.
Yeah. There's a painting at the Art Institute in Chicago, Jesus Walked by the Soldiers, and whoever modeled for Jesus was a dead ringer for Fred.
Oh,
Can you pull them? Let's see. Oh my
dead
God.
ringer for Fred.
Just from the neck up, I hope. I don't know. You have
Oh,
holes in
Fred's
your
in
wrists,
that,
Fred? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's amazing how much it looks like Fred.
Well, there you go. Well, do you take that as a compliment, Fred, that you look like an artist's rendering of Jesus?
Of course.
Oh.
That's what I use for my Facebook picture. So.
See, for me, most of the people in Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights look like me.
Yeah.
Anything with a beak, anything with a twisted, coming out of an egg.
And David, every time you make a pun, another little character appears in that.
It gets wings. Oh, thank you.
Little devil gets his horns. Yes, every single time.
Well, I'll tell you, devils may not be getting their horns, but Wendy and Fred, they've gotten 6 points.
They're beating the shit out of us, Dave. David, we're done.
Oh my
Turn
God.
us over because we're done.
Three questions, 6 points, all of them to Wendy and Fred.
Here we go.
You other guys get to catch up, David.
I have to say it is a pleasure to because normally we sort of feel, I always feel bad because the guests don't usually. Congratulations.
Yeah, you guys.
I never feel bad when I win.
That's a good ego. Healthy ego.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Let's stoke that ego that David has there and see if he can answer this next question, because this question goes to you, David Sheward. The year was 1910.
Uh-huh.
The co-founder of the Quintet du Hot Club de France was born today in Belgium. Name this musician who survived a fire that burned over half his body and ruined 2 of his fingers.
A musician who was born in 1910.
Correct.
And he was the founder of what?
I'll read the question again. He was born in 1910 today. The co-founder of the Quintet du Hot Club de France was born today in Belgium. Name this musician who survived a fire that burned over half his body and ruined 2 of his fingers.
Django Reinhardt?
Is that, are you asking or?
Yeah, Django Reinhardt. That's my guess.
Well, the jury has come back in. Yes, indeed, it was indeed Django Reinhardt. Well done. You seemed sort of, what tipped you off or didn't?
I just know that the only French jazz musician I could think of was that name, but I wasn't sure how to pronounce it. But
so yeah, is Django Reinhardt.
You write it together, David. Just put it together so you don't hear the separation of the D and the J. Django. As if it went there.
Django Unchained.
Like the movie. Just like the movie.
Oh, that's a wonderful.
No,
the co-founder, by the way, of the Quintet Hot Club was Stepan Grappelli, and that's how they got together and did their thing. So it is.
I have a CD. I have a CD of some of his music, so I'm familiar with it.
So it's and actually there's a Woody Allen film, a good one, that's based on Django, loosely based on Django Reinhardt.
The one with John Penn, Sweet and Low.
Yeah, there you go.
Sweet and Low Down. Sweet and Low Down.
Thank you. I had the wrong name.
I think Sweet and Low Down.
Yeah, Sweet and Low was a sugary film, I thought, but you know.
It was very saccharine. It was very saccharine.
Oh, shut up now.
All things being equal.
Oh my God. Mr. Peabody.
Wendy and Fred, it just goes on and on and on. This is
all right. Well,
all right, here we go. It's time for our next question.
Okay.
Which goes to Wendy and Fred. So you guys can still build on your 6-2 lead over David and 6-0 lead over Leslie with this question if you get it. The year was 1919. Born today is pioneering television comedian Ernie Kovacs.
Oh.
Yeah. Which of these, I wouldn't be doing this show probably, or the way I do it if it weren't for Ernie Kovacs. Which of these is not
You're gonna blame poor Ernie Kovacs for what you do? That's not fair.
Very nice.
Also Monty Python.
Well, of course, and so many Sesame Street. Oh! Stop right here, right here in the middle of this question.
Yeah.
Hold on. This, Leslie, you were here. You were part of this on Wednesday.
Oh yes. Okay.
We were playing a trivia game that she has with tenants in her building. So she invites Joyce and me to participate in this trivia game, and we got almost every answer right. We didn't win, but there was one question we got wrong, and just a couple of people of the 30 different.
Oh yes, I know the one you're going for, right? Okay.
Good God, what is Oscar the Grouch's real name?
It's
Bill O'Reilly.
What is it?
What is Oscar the Grouch's
I
real?
think it was
The
Cookie
actor that
Monster.
plays-
I don't think
Oh no,
it was Oscar.
I'm sorry. I'm wrong.
I think it's because Oscar has a name.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What is Cookie Monster's real?
What's
Forgive
Cookie
me.
Monster?
Forgive me.
First name. What is Cookie Monster's first name? That was the question.
Cookie?
No,
No.
Oreo?
that's a good one. No.
I don't know what.
Who knew? So at some point in like 1994, 2004, there was one segment where Cookie was doing a song or saying up a song. It's part of a song, and he said that for all his life he's basically been known as Cookie, but he thinks originally his name was Sid.
Oh, Monster.
I mean, where does that? How does Cookie Monster have an old Jewish man's name?
That's sweet. Oh, that's so sweet.
What
What
made you suddenly, in the middle of what you were talking about, come up with this, mind part? What was that all about?
I don't know why. It just came to me that
Okay.
I
All
have
right.
because it was a trivia quiz and it was the most ridiculous answer, and I couldn't imagine anybody knew it, but maybe
People did know
maybe they Googled. But
People would know. Wow.
who the fuck? Who
Can we say
knows?
Rubber Ducky? Can we say Rubber
if
Ducky?
you watched
Well, that's
Sesame
very-
Street.
Yeah, well, no,
You had to really watch Sesame Street every damn episode to pick that up,
but that was the
wasn't
thing.
like
I grew
there.
up on Sesame Street. I watched the very first episode in 1960. I watched Sesame Street for years when I was way too old to be watching Sesame Street.
I watched it too, babysitting my brother.
Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you ever?
I didn't know if it was Sid. I'm
Sid?
so happy to know he's Sid.
Sid, eat more vegetable. No, never. Ridiculous.
It makes a lot of things make more sense now. Than
Give these poor people their question, for heaven's
Oh, I'm sorry.
sake.
All right.
So Ernie Kovacs.
Can we sing Rubber Ducky?
Okay.
Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make me
High key. Well, oh my God. Oh, I have, guys, let me do this. Because we've had so much fun.
How can we stop you? It's your show.
Ladies
Oh.
and gentlemen, may I please welcome to the neighborhood my cousin, Michael Levine. Michael, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, cousin Michael. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine, cousin David. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's my 57th birthday. I'm alive. I'm reasonably well.
I know. I saw that on Facebook. Congratulations and happy birthday. And if you were 57 years old, I must be quite old.
Well,
I know the feeling.
Here's the deal. I completely, because I thought we would be starting the quiz at like 1:45 and go till like 11:30. We're only about halfway through the quiz. So, Michael, how much time do you have to?
I'll have until 12. I'm okay.
Just until 12, though.
Yeah.
Well, then we have to speed up the quiz. Let's go real fast.
Well, no, we're only halfway done.
Oh, 12 minutes. I was getting worried.
Because the whole point is I was going to be talking with Michael about his life and going to be interesting. So let's do this real quick. I'm going to see how quick we can get through a couple more questions. Anyway,
No stories, no puns, no asides. Okay,
Yeah.
no beans, no Mr. Peabody's. Okay.
make it
we're good.
like Jeopardy.
It's okay, Michael. It makes sense.
Those songs from Sesame Street.
So here's the question for Wendy and Fred. Ernie Kovacs, which is not true about this genius who died in a car crash just short of his 43rd birthday? A, one of his most popular characters was magician Matze von Sauerbraten. B, his father was a bootlegger. C, he popularized the phrase, "It's been real." Or D, he wrote a novel called Zumar.
Which one's not true? The novel. We'll pick the novel.
We'll pick the novel. Thanks for blasting for this real quick, guys. So you're saying it is not true that he wrote a novel called Zumar. No, that is an incorrect answer. He did.
I read the novel.
Is it any good?
Believe it or not.
And?
I read everything once upon a time.
Yeah, you read the
Yeah, I know. I did.
It was the Red, the Black, and the Zumar. So
I remember reading it on the subway. That's how I remember reading it.
Leslie, you're breaking your own rule.
I am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
David Sheward, you get because the die rolled 1.
Oh, okay.
So you're closer.
I'll need the choices.
I'll read the choices again. Which is not true about Ernie Kovacs? Was it his father was? One of his most popular characters was magician Matza von Sauerbraten. B, his father was a bootlegger. C, he popularized the phrase "It's been real," or he wrote Zumar.
Father was a bootlegger. It's been real, or Matzavan. I think the magician thing is true. I think because he did do a magician character. I think that father bootlegger, and I think he said it's been real. I'll say number 2.
You'll say number 2. You're saying his father was. It's incorrect that his father was a bootlegger.
Oh, wait a minute. Number 3. I'm going to say number 3.
You're going to say it's not true that he popularized the phrase "It's been real."
I'll go along with that.
Well, you got to go short with it because that is not the correct answer, David Sheward. So Leslie Hoban Blake, I do believe you get to steal this question, which is not true about Ernie Kovacs.
I believe it's A. There was a magician, but that wasn't his name.
Are you final answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I've only got a choice of 2.
So, actually, and let me ask cousin Mike, because you've made your choice, Leslie. Michael, do you know the answer to this one?
No, I do not know the answer. I'm totally lost on this one.
Oh, yeah. Leslie, you're
So are we.
Sorry, Leslie, you get the 2 points on this because, yes, he had a magician.
Oh.
The magician was Matza Heppelwhite.
Oh.
And he had another character, a disc jockey called Wolfgang von Sauerbraten. So I kind of conflated those together. Okay. So Leslie has 2 points, though. Well done, Leslie. Everybody's on the board. We go back now. It's question.
Thank you, David.
Leslie, you get this question, though. This question goes to you.
Okay.
1928 is the year. Born today is this actress. Oh, you'll get this, Leslie. The daughter of a Folie Bergère dancer, she became a muse of the French New Wave, but worked with directors as diverse as Orson Welles, Tony Richardson, and Michelangelo Antonioni, notably on La Notte. Name her.
Okay, Orson Welles and Antonioni. Who came in the middle there?
Tony Richardson.
I want to say Eartha Kitt, but I don't think Eartha Kitt worked with Antonioni, so that blows me back again. So let me just back up. French New Wave. Oh fuck. Brigitte Bardot. It's got to be wrong. Brigitte Bardot.
Is that your final answer?
It's the only one I can think of.
Well, it's Brigitte Bard. No, that is not the correct answer, Leslie. So now we're going to roll the die real quick and see. Come on, here it is. Let's roll this baby. Okay, we come up with a 4, and the number 4 is closer to David Sheward. So, David, you get to steal the question. Born today is this actress, daughter of a Folie Bergère dancer, muse of the French New Wave, and worked with people like Wells and Richardson and Antonioni.
I know who it is. I know who it is.
Name her.
Jean Moreau.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I can't think of a pun. Well, yes, you're right. It is Jean Moreau. Well done, David Sheward. Yay. All right, we got a couple more quick questions to do. And we now go to question 7, which means that, David, you get to go again.
So I've got 4 now, right?
You do have 4. 1944, born today is the man voted the best Dutch actor of the century. His films in the 1980s included The Oosterman Weekend, Lady Hawk, and this dystopian classic where he played Roy Batty as a replicant, excuse me. For 1 point, name the actor, and for the other, name the movie.
Well, is it Blade Runner and Rutger Hauer? Rutger Hauer. Yes.
Final answer.
Blade
And
Runner, Rutger Hauer.
well, you are cutting through the red tape, ladies and gentlemen, like a blade. That is the correct answer. David, you have 6 points. Wendy and Fred, you have 6 points. Leslie, you have 2. Our next question now goes to Wendy and Fred. And yes, Michael, we will get we'll get to our interview in just a moment. I'm just running late here. 1964 was the year. Born today is singer-songwriter Jonathan Brooke, whose career in pop and folk started in the 1980s when she and fellow Amherst College alum Jennifer Kimball formed a musical duet. They did 2 albums for Elektra Records before splitting up and going on to solo careers. What was the name of their band? Multiple choice. Was it The Party, The Story, The Distance, Disappear Fear?
The story. The story. I don't know whether that's in the
You have to do the music questions. Story.
The story.
Is that your final answer? Well, when the story of this quiz is told, we'll know that Wendy and Frank have at least 8 points. Well done.
Yay!
It was indeed The Story. That was Jonathan Brooks' band. Okay, 2 more quick
Guys,
questions.
please come back. You're great to play with. My mind is all like this right now.
1960. Oh, I'm sorry. The next question. The 9th question will go to Leslie Hoban Blake. Okay, Leslie. 1964 was the year. Born on my birthday is the actress known world round as detective, then sergeant, then lieutenant, then captain Olivia Benson on Law and Order, Special Victims Unit. You know who she is, but for 1 point each, can you tell me the full name of her parents? One an actress and the other a bodybuilder.
Yes, her mother was Jane Mansfield, and her father was Nicky Hargitay.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's the only answer. Those are her parents.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, is that your final answer? That's the other thing.
Yes.
Well done, Leslie Hoban Blake. It's yes, you're having a good Hargit day. It wasn't, well, that's
Oh dear.
Mariska Hargitay is the actress, and you are correct. So what do we have? We have Wendy and Fred with 8, David with 6, and Leslie with 2. So technically,
No, I have 4. Thank you.
Four.
Oh, that's right. She stole one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
too
here's the deal.
competitive.
I got one more question. We're going to throw it open to all of you since this is like the tiebreaker. But Wendy and Fred have won on points because they've got 8.
So
But-
how do we answer it? We each go around and answer it, and then you tell us
We
whether
can
we're right or
hold
not?
on.
Writing it down.
I'll just have you call it out.
Oh, we're writing it down. Okay.
Okay.
This includes
ready.
you, Michael. So see if you can do this. Here's our tiebreaker. We go all the way back to 1898. So I'll ask the question, and then you guys think and be silent and write, and then I'll call for the answer on the count of 3, 2, 1. Okay. Tiebreaker 1898. Born today is this tall in the saddle leading man who worked in many genres but got his start in Zane Grey westerns and continued on in such films as Belle Star, Abilene Town, and Ride the High Country. Name this actor who was name-checked in Blazing Saddles and in songs by both Tom Lehrer and the Statler Brothers.
What year?
He was born in 1898. Tall in the saddle, leading man. He did a lot of genres, but got his start in Zane Grey westerns and did other westerns like Belle Star, Abilene Town, Ride the High Country. Name this actor who was name-checked in Blazing Saddles and in songs by Tom Lehrer and the Statler Brothers. So let me see some nods when you think you're ready to answer.
I'm ready.
Everybody? Okay. I'm going to give a 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Let's see him. I see 1, 2, Randolph's go. Okay, Tex Ritter is not correct. Michael did, well, I didn't see anything from Michael, but did you know it?
No.
No, it is indeed Randolph Scott. So well done to Leslie and to David. So yay. But that was a tiebreaker. I mean, that was sort of there just to have fun.
Cary Grant's alleged boyfriend.
Yes, alleged. But actually, they were bachelors together. I have movie magazines that say that. I found old movie magazines, and it says they showed their bachelor pad up in the hills.
Wink,
They
wink.
lived.
And
They were
they loved
bachelors,
to
but they
swim
lived together.
It
Yeah.
was a lovely
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nod.
wink,
nod.
wink,
Well,
nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Congratulations to our brand new contestants, even though they're old friends of the neighborhood. My friends from Colorado, Wendy Hybe and Fred Cleaver. Fred and Wendy, first of all, let me wish you a most happy and healthy and good 2021. I hope
Thank you.
all things are well with you. I want to thank also, of course, for playing, as we do every week, David Sheward, whom you can read in theaterlife.com, culturalweekly.com, and his blog, The David Desk, and Leslie Hoban Blake. I want to thank you so much for playing too, and people can see and hear you doing Critics Circle with our friend Charlie Gross. And then where can they see that? Where can they find it?
It's it's on YouTube. It has its own YouTube. You just put in YouTube Critics Circle and it comes up. And it's also on MNN, which is the neighborhood network.
Oh, excellent. Well, guys, most happy times for you. Thank you for being on my birthday show.
Happy birthday.
And it's wonderful to have met everyone. This is
Yes,
a
Nice to meet
fascinating
you.
group.
do with Michael. Can I listen? I
Wonderful
don't
group.
have Facebook. Can I listen if you leave my sound on?
Oh, if you want to stay in the group.
Well, I don't want to stay on screen, but I'll leave my sound on and listen if you're going to interview him.
Sure, by all means, Les.
Okay.
So
Because I don't have Facebook, so.
yeah.
And
But
then
you're
I'll
gonna like
quietly
open your-
fade away.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Well, so
Bye, everybody.
back to the move.
Bye.
Please come back, Cleavers, please.
See you
Bye.
next week. And bye, Leslie and Fran. I'm gonna remove them. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I made earlier in the day where I just removed the whole thing.
I don't want to be in your picture. It's his thing, but just let me have
Yeah,
the
no, you need to
the
mute.
audio.
Leslie, you have to mute yourself. And can I do that?
Oh,
can mute
I
you.
don't know. Let me go in the picture. Michael, I'm sorry. I don't want to
That's
take.
okay.
I
That's
can,
okay.
but I
Yes,
can't take your
no, it just tells me I can mute myself. It doesn't say anything about taking the picture away. Oh,
I'm gonna
stop
stop the
video.
video.
Okay,
This might
okay,
work.
okay, there we go.
Oh, good. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much for playing in the neighborhood. Now, my cousin Michael.
And thank you, Leslie, for joining us.
Michael, again, I apologize. Sometimes, things happen and the show runs late, but we have some time to talk because I wanna get you on my birthday show. Michael,
Again, congratulations.
thank you, man. Thank you so much. He is the Director of Planning and Land Use for the City of New York. He's been doing New York City planning since 1988. He's also adjunct professor of urban planning. I knew him. Urban planning at Pace University. Welcome to the neighborhood, my cousin Michael. How are you, Michael?
David, I am fine, but I need to correct the biography you just gave. I am now retired at the age of 77 after working 50 years in a variety of positions for the city of New York and teaching in a variety of locations. I am now fully retired at age 77.
As Rabbi Solomon would say, Mazel Tov. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Do you miss it? Do you miss, because you used to love teaching?
I do. I miss it terribly. I miss working for the city because I was always in positions in which I created policy, not just did day-to-day work, but created policy for historic districts and zoning in New York City. I worked on the Seaport. I worked on the Soho Artist Housing District. I worked on the Greenwich Village Historic District. I always had fascinating projects in which I felt I'm not just doing day-to-day work, but I'm affecting policy in New York City. I am creating locations in the city where people will be enjoying what they're seeing and which makes the city vibrant. And so I do miss that. After 50 years of doing that, suddenly I find myself in a position where I'm not a policy maker. I'm a member of the local community board in Manhattan, appointed by the borough president, along with 50 other members of our community. And what I do now in my position there is comment on policies created by the city of New York. So it puts me in a different position. Instead of being a policy maker, I'm now a policy commenter. About teaching, I loved teaching. One of the most fascinating things I've ever done, and I taught in two places. I taught undergraduate students at at Pace University for 10 years, right across the street from City Hall. And I taught graduate urban planning students at the Fund for the City of New York. At the point that I was teaching, I was already in my 50s and 60s, and I had so much to share with the students. And the one thing I can say is that the most gratifying part of being a teacher is when you feel that the class members appreciate what you're telling them, understand what it is that you're trying to put forward as the message, and have a takeaway from the class. And I would end each semester by going around the room, and I gave them all a pizza party every year as the last class. And I would go around the room and say, give us one takeaway from this class. What will you always remember other than me about what you learned in this room? And the kids were fantastic. Sometimes you think it goes in one ear and out the other ear, but they listened. And each of them would have a favorite thing that they would talk about, whether it was Jane Jacobs, who wrote the fantastic book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities, whether it was New York City as the melting pot, whether it was something like Baron Haussmann rebuilt Paris to make it a more livable city and a more military defensible city. Everyone had something that they remembered from the class. And to me, that was gratifying. At least they had one takeaway that made the class meaningful for them. So after working for 50 years as a city employee and as a teacher, I'm now fully retired. I'm still active, which is really wonderful. I have to keep the mind active, again, on the local community board, the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. I'm on the award committee, and I'm a member of the local business improvement district pertaining to the center of Greenwich Village, and we call it the Village Alliance. So I try to keep myself busy. I do not like, as you know, Dave, I do not like inactivity. I've been active all of my life. And so this is now probably the end chapter of my life, but it's something that keeps me busy.
Well, for sure. Let me ask you, so in terms of the city planning that you've been doing, as you said, for 50 years, and what are one or two of your proudest accomplishments where you can go to that part of town and go, I helped get this done. I didn't put bricks down, but I made sure that the feng shui, or whatever you call it, is nice for people who are here.
My greatest accomplishment is something that I did in my very early years at the Department of City Planning, way back in the 1970s, when as a junior planner, not a senior planner being given a project, but as a junior planner, I was given a project to examine the phenomenon in what was then known as Hell's 100 Acres, which we today call the Soho District, south of Houston. And Hell's 100 Acres was the South Houston industrial area, and later on it became simply known as Soho, in some ways a takeoff on Soho in London. The assignment I was given was, we have people living illegally in manufacturing buildings. Find out why they're there. Is it safe? Is it unsafe? And what can we do to make it better? I embarked upon a 2-year study in which I canvassed the entire Soho area from Houston Street down to Broadway, and all the way from the Bowery to 6th Avenue, and found 8,000 artists living illegally in industrial buildings. Why were they there? They were there because manufacturing was leaving the antiquated buildings in this area. They were too small, they were inefficient, the sidewalks were too narrow, the roadways were too narrow, there was insufficient loading docks, modern manufacturing couldn't occur, and we're talking the 1970s in this area. It was a fascinating thing to discover a natural reuse of existing buildings. The beauty of what was happening is that the police department, the fire department, all the officials downtown were delighted to have the artists living in the buildings because they made them safe. They were the eyes on the street. If there was a fire, they contacted the fire department immediately. If there was a problem or an emergency on the street, they contacted the police department immediately. They were the eyes on the street. And the fire department and the buildings department said to me, you have to do something to make this legal. If these folk are not going to be in these buildings, surely the entire area will come down in flames one day. I brought this back to the City Planning Commission, and the more I studied it, the more I demonstrated to them that the number of manufacturing jobs was declining every year, and the number of illegal artist occupancies was increasing every year. By 1971, I was successful in convincing the City Planning Commission that we had to rezone the Soho area, it is now known as the Soho, to a joint living work quarter area, meaning manufacturing can be there legally and artists in residence can be there legally. And it has been that district for 50 years. One side effect, which was really a major accomplishment that I hadn't initially anticipated, is that most of those buildings are cast iron buildings. It is the center of cast iron architecture. It's like prefabrication today. The parts of the building facade would be manufactured off-site and brought to the site and attached to a wooden structure. The cast iron district is an absolutely fabulous, fabulous area. I'm sure, Dave, you've seen it in the years that you were in New York City, south of Hastings Street, north of Canal, and we managed to get the area designated as the Cast Iron Historic District in 1973 to preserve 40 blocks of these fabulous old buildings that go back 120 years. So everything I worked on in the 1970s came, which I think is my major accomplishment as a young person, was finding a way to have legal artist occupancy of the buildings to make them safe, to allow the artists to obtain mortgage financing to improve their property, and then to have it designated as the Soho Industrial District, the Soho Cast Iron District. Now,
it didn't gentrify though. I mean, once you start knowing that the artists are there, you can't just let them squat illegally. I mean, did it throw out all these young broke artists?
Absolutely not. Again, the police department and the fire department wanted them there. What they required is that they put a sign near the door saying AIR2, meaning there's an artist in residence on the second floor, AIR3, an artist on the third floor. But they couldn't do more than two, because if they did more than two, they would then become a multiple dwelling and they would have to comply with state laws. So whenever you saw an AIR on the face of a building near the doorway, you knew there were artists there. No one wanted them to leave. Everyone wanted them to stay.
And did manufacturing sort of come back at all, or just enough manufacturing to, because you said
manufacturing never came back. Manufacturing is completely gone. What's happened to the Soho area now is a little bit unexpected, but I shouldn't say that. It has become a primary shopping area, an upscale shopping area. Broadway has become unbelievable, rivaling Madison Avenue or Fifth Avenue or any of the uptown streets. Broadway now has some of the finest shops in the city, which a lot of the people who live in Soho are not too fond of, because it's making it an expensive neighborhood.
Right, there you go.
Manufacturing never came back. We now have some of the finest shops in New York City in Soho. Of course, the pandemic has influenced what's happening. A lot of the stores are boarded, but they're coming back. They're coming back. They're opening up shop again, and they're trying to stay above water. But every time we turn around, we see there are no more manufacturing jobs. They're completely gone. No one can manufacture in the city of New York. The streets are so narrow. You can't get a truck up and down that street anymore. The sidewalks are totally impossible. There's very, very few loading bays. The main use of those buildings is occupancy by artists, and now we're getting general population moving in as well. And the city is now allowing a certain amount of general occupancy if you can demonstrate that you need the space for other purposes, such as you're a manufacturer of clocks, for example, or other specialty items, and you want to do it at home. That is now legal. And the city of New York is trying to find other ways now. Those who succeeded me, those who are in the same position I was in 50 years ago, who are looking at it and saying, how can we open the area to a wider level of residential occupancy? So the work I did way back in the early 1970s has resulted in keeping the area, preventing it from the Wrecker's Ball demolishing it. You will recall that Robert Moses destroyed a lot of the fabric of New York City for his urban renewal projects and his desire to build highways. One area he never touched and was never able to touch was the Soho district, because we had uses for those buildings and we prevented their demolition, and we found a way to keep them alive and vibrant. Unfortunately, the side effect of that is it has become a high cost area. But that's one of the prices you have to pay in New York City.
Well,
if somebody's successful, it's expensive.
You live in New York, right? Are you?
I live in Greenwich Village, just a few blocks from Soho. Now, I live in the heart of the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Right. And So you've been there for, gosh, what, 30, 40 years or?
Well, no, longer than that. I moved here, Dave, in 1967 when I was still in graduate school. And I'm trying to now do the arithmetic and forgetting, but you weren't even born yet, are you?
Well,
When I
67,
moved.
I was born, but just barely.
What year are you born? I'm forgetting now.
I'm 57 years old. That puts me back in 1964. So I was a toddler.
So you were just a baby when I moved here in 1967 from Brooklyn, which
Yeah.
is the old neighborhood the family comes from. And I moved here to Greenwich Village because I loved Greenwich Village and I wanted to be in Greenwich Village. And Aunt Sadie, one of our aunts, lived here in Greenwich Village because she worked in Midtown Manhattan.
Right.
I came here because of Soho. I came here because of Greenwich Village. I came here because of, and let's be honest, the gay bars. I knew already while I was living in Brooklyn that the gay bars in New York City are located in Greenwich Village. And I knew that that is where I need to be.
Well, that brings up the question, because I was shocked when we told last time we saw you in person and we had dinner with you. I didn't know that you were at Stonewall on the night that Stonewall became Stonewall. You know, in the popular culture, it became a meme, as it were, like Bernie Sanders in a chair. So tell us that story. It wasn't a riot, it was a party.
Well, there are many interpretations of what happened that night, but let me go back 2 years. When I moved in 1967, I knew that the central location of the gay bars is around Christopher Street. So I always went to Christopher Street and was very reluctant because I'd never been in a gay bar and I'd only been with a few male people. I'd never been to a gay bar before. And I always used to walk past the Stonewall and said, someday I'm going to have the guts to go into that place. And sure enough, one Saturday night in 1967, I said, okay, I am going into the Stonewall. This is where I belong. And I was at home. I saw men dancing with men. I saw men hugging each other. I saw men kissing each other. I saw women kissing each other. I saw straight people there who came to have fun with the gay people. I saw drag queens there. Everybody was allowed. Everyone was acceptable. They were black, they were white, they were brown, they were Puerto Rican. No matter what you were accepted at Stonewall if you came to have a good time. On the Friday night of the raid in 1969, I was there with a date, someone I had met a few weeks earlier, and we kept going back because we liked dancing. They had a wonderful back area for dancing. They had 2 bars up front. It had been a restaurant and a garage that they combined into one large space. And I'm standing at the bar and I'm ordering drinks for us, and suddenly the lights go off. The lights go up. The music goes off.
Yeah.
And now you can see everyone's faces, and someone yells raid. The police were raiding the establishment, and my date turned to me and said, they don't want us. We're the patrons. They want the owners of this bar who have not made their payoff. At that point in time, all gay bars had to pay off the police department to keep them away from the gay bars because they were considered at that point illegal. And there were always raids of bars all over the city, and they would close them down, they would make their payoff, and they would reopen the next day. What happened the night of that raid, it was a Friday night, it was unbelievable. The air was thick with the smell of cologne and beer and cigarettes. I was smoking cigarettes then at my time too. And suddenly to have that silence in the room, and everyone filed out slowly onto the street. And when we got onto the street, there was a sea of police cars like I have never seen in my whole life. All of them with their lights focusing on those of us coming up. I was terrified. I said, I've got to get out of here as soon as possible. People will find out that I'm in a gay bar. Oh my God, I'm not ready yet for the world to know. I got out into the street. We got a block away. My boyfriend turned to me and said, we're not going anywhere. We're going back. The kids aren't leaving. They're not doing what they always did. And the reason for it was a very, very big Friday night crowd. The biggest night of the week was Friday night. And people did not want to go home. And we stood there in the street and we hugged and we kissed and we held hands and we danced. And we were saying to the police and to the city of New York and to the world, we're not going anyplace. We're staying here and we're coming back every night. And we're going to do this until you accept us for who we are. We came back Saturday night and we came back Sunday night. At that point, the mayor called in the tactical police force, which is the riot police. And they came with their white outfits and their white helmets and their white motorcycles, and they really broke up the crowd. And that's when it started to reach the newspapers that something big is happening here in Greenwich Village. It became known as a riot, but it was never a riot. I never saw rioting. I never saw any kind of rioting in the streets as we saw in the Capitol building of the United States 2 weeks ago. I saw kids dancing in the street. I saw kids yelling at the police, "We're staying, we're not going anywhere." Excuse me. I saw the police trying to break up the crowd, but I saw the crowd staying. Now, the only reason the crowd left by Monday is that it was back to the work week, and there was no reason to go back anymore because at this point in time, the mayor had deployed the tactical police force to make sure that the Stonewall stayed closed. The tradition had been for the bar to reopen the next day, but Stonewall owners were afraid to reopen. They didn't want any more bad publicity. And that was the start of, in my mind, the gay rights movement in New York City and in the world. Stonewall.
And it's interesting. You had been there since '67. This was already like 3 years later. You had never seen a raid. You were never bothered by the cops. You were never.
Never. And I was never in a raid too. I was terrified. I was 20, 25 at the time. No, I was 27, 20, 28. I'd never been in a raid. And when I heard the word raid, it terrified me. But again, I was assured by my friends and the date I was with it, they don't want us. They want the patrons of this bar. Just file out quietly. And there were big changes that happened after that. It became easier to go to gay bars in the city. There was a lot of criticism of the police department for raiding bars. Everyone knew there was a lot of corruption happening. Everyone knew that they were on the take, and it began to slowly disappear. And a lot of the bar owners refused to make the payments and refused to give in to the threat of a raid. Things changed after. Stonewall was an amazing event in the history of New York and in the history of gay rights, in that it changed the attitude of the world to the fact that gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender people have the right to be a part of civilization. There is an addendum to this story, which you're far too young to remember, but there is the issue of my not having been out at that time, I thought, to family and friends and co-workers.
I was going to ask you about that, about, concerning my family, I'm wondering what that was.
Let me tell you how that worked with your family. I started getting phone calls all during the week from people like, well, your father and your aunt saying, and my brother saying things like, "We know you go to places like that. We just want to make sure you're okay and you're safe." It's like they knew, we never talked about it, but they knew all along that I was going to gay bars. They knew I was gay. We just never talked, because you didn't talk about it in the 1960s. Stonewall made it possible to talk to family members and say, "I am gay, this is my lifestyle, and this is how I'm going to live."
I mean,
at that point in time, you didn't.
So I never knew. I mean, I just thought you were, because I wasn't sexual at the time that I knew you growing up, and it never. I mean, you're just cousin Michael. And the fact that you weren't married or didn't have a girl, but you never brought a boyfriend. It never. You couldn't have. Yeah.
But now, when I am married, now that I am married to Ray, who you have met, if Ray doesn't come with me to a family event, everyone says, "Where's Uncle Ray?" So things have changed so substantially over the 50 years, and Stonewall did that. There's another part to the story too. Yeah. On Monday morning, when I came back to work after the rebellion in the streets, I was a little bit concerned, gee, will the folk here in the city of New York, a city agency, know anything about the fact that I was part of that rebellion? Because it was all over the news, all over the press, all over television. And my coworker said to me, "So Michael, tell us what it was like to be part of that rebellion." I never had to tell them. They knew. They said, "You were there, weren't you? You live in Greenwich Village. What was it like?" I said, "What, am I wearing a sign that everybody knows that I was at Stonewall?" It was the easiest thing in the world to come out after Stonewall. And having been there made it easy for me, because I was terrified, but everyone accepted it immediately. And suddenly you were able to talk about it, which is something you couldn't do up until that point in time.
Now, let me ask you, first of all, you're married. Ray is your husband. When did you get married, and where?
Ray and I are legally married now.
How long?
Oh dear, that's the difficult question. I think it's 9 years, but I think we've been together for 31 years, but we did the official wedding as soon as it became legal in the state of New York.
How did you meet Ray?
Okay, well, that's an interesting story.
Good.
When after Stonewall closed, and there were bars now all over the city, and bars did specialize in different kinds of clientele. They were bars that you had to go to wearing a jacket and tie. They were called suit bars. And I used to go there after work sometimes because it was comfortable if you're wearing a suit to go to Midtown near the office buildings and wearing a jacket and tie and look really nice without dancing. And then there were the dance bars on the weekend. But there were also bars where people went to meet people that they wanted. And there was a particular bar on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, right under the Queensboro Bridge, that was called the Twilight, which was a bar known as where Asians and Americans meet. And I always had a fondness for Asians. And I used to go there quite frequently on Saturday night. And I was standing there one Saturday night at the bar. And Ray, who had just come in off the boat, right off the boat, as a nurse from the Philippines with a group of his friends, came in together. And I spotted him immediately. They were so terrified of being in New York. They were so terrified of New Yorkers that when one of them went to the bathroom, all three went to the bathroom. When one of them went to the bar, all three went to the bar. It took me 2 hours to separate him from that crowd. And finally, I walked over, we started talking, and he came home with me that night. And that was the beginning of our relationship 31 years ago.
Wow. Wow. As we would say, Mazel tov. We're talking, by the way, with my cousin, Michael Levine, who is talking about obviously hell of a life and life of experiences. But I also want to know, because we have someone in common that I quite love, my Aunt Sadie. So first of all, I want you to remind me, because I always do this. I never know this kind of thing. A, how are we related? And how are we mutually related to Aunt Sadie? And tell me about your relationship with her.
All right, so that's interesting because being of your generation, it's not always clear. And there are other younger kids in the family who did ask me the same question. So let's put it this way. Your grandfather, Uncle Sam, my Uncle Sam, your grandfather, who is the father of your dad,
right,
was the brother of Aunt Sadie. And so my mother and your father were brother and sister. Aunt Sadie was another sister. We had Aunt Ida. We had Uncle Mike.
Wait. Hold on, again. You're sorry to do this to people who are watching, but this is important to me. So your mother and who were what again?
My mother and your grandfather.
Oh, my grandfather.
Your grandfather Sam were brother and sister.
So wait, you're not Sadie's.
And my mother was another sister.
Oh, okay. What's her name? I forgot her name.
Dora.
Okay.
She died when I was very young.
Okay.
Now there were two other siblings. There was Uncle Mike, and there was Aunt Ida. So there were 5 siblings.
Wow. Okay.
Of which your grandfather Sam was one of them, Sam Lefkowitz. Right. Now, everyone got married except for Aunt Sadie. She worked all of her life, and Dora, my mother, his sister, died when I was 13 years old. Now, we lived in the same building in Brooklyn with our grandfather, who would be your great-grandfather, Louis Lefkowitz. And she lived with her father because she never married, and we lived in the same building. And when my mother, Dora, passed away when I was 13, Aunt Sadie took over raising me and my brother. So that's how you know Aunt Sadie as a second mother to us.
Yeah. So again, your brother is Sheldon Levine.
And my brother Sheldon. Right. So Aunt Sadie took care of Shelley and me in the absence of our mother Dora, who was the sister of your grandfather Sam.
Wow. So give us some, because Aunt Sadie was this prototypical, an aunt to me, sort of a surrogate mom to you, Greenwich Village fun aunt. Do I get that right? I mean, she lived in the village. She lived, and she would. I just remember she loved to go to the cookery. She loved to go to the theater. She had a joie de vivre would be the word.
Exactly.
What do you remember about her?
Exactly, and you're right. That's one of the reasons I moved to Greenwich Village, because she moved to Greenwich Village, and in my teens, what happened was when our grandfather, Louis Lefkowitz, your great-grandfather, passed away. Right. She no longer had a reason to remain in Brooklyn. She moved to Greenwich Village because she worked in the city in Manhattan in the 20s, which at that time was a luggage manufacturing area. And she loved the city. She loved Greenwich Village. When she lived in Brooklyn, she always came home late because she'd go to dinner, she'd go to theater. She had friends who lived here, but she was always loyal to her father, your great grandfather, my grandfather. And it wasn't until he passed away when I was 17 that she finally moved to Greenwich Village. And she moved into Washington Square Village, just south of Washington Square. You remember that very
Yes, I
well.
remember her apartment.
It was an old Robert Moses slum clearance project just north of Soho, but she was one of the first tenants. And if you recall, when you were a kid, she always had the family over on Sundays. She would order up food, a deli to serve in her home, or she would take us all to the cookery and to
Yep.
other restaurants in the neighborhood.
You see Alberta Hunter, yeah.
Alberta Hunter playing at the piano. She loved that. There's nothing she loved more than sitting there and listening to Alberta Hunter at the piano with family members sitting around the table. She loved the cookery. She loved the Knickerbocker restaurant a block away as well, which does have live entertainment. Cookery's gone, Knickerbocker's still there.
Still there, wow. Yeah.
Can I interrupt
She
for
loves
one
theater.
second?
She loves movies.
Oh,
No, I have enjoyed
Leslie's
this.
been
I
listening.
know David can't believe I could have been this quiet for this long. Michael, what a pleasure to. We share so many different things about the time frame, and my sister lives on 13th Street, and I know people in the Greenwich Village. I mean, I know people who belong to. It's been a pleasure. I wish I could stay longer, and I love the Knickerbocker, and I loved Alberta Hunter because I went to NYU, and so So anyway, be gesund. It was lovely, and
And Leslie, thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to have met you.
thank you, and I hope that you'll come back maybe and play with us. Okay.
Well, yeah, see, now that Michael knows how the quiz goes, maybe I can
Well,
get.
then maybe he'll run away, but but it was lovely. Thank you so much for letting me listen. Take care, guys.
My pleasure.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Leslie. Hope to see you next week on the
Happy
show.
birthday, David.
Thank you.
Yes, just happy birthday, David.
Thank you, Leslie. So we are here with Michael Levine, my cousin, sharing stories about my Aunt Sadie. And yes, I do remember her apartment, and I do remember going to the cookery one time. I think she took us to Forbidden Broadway. And then
Oh, yes. She took us to the show Forbidden Broadway, which was so much fun.
yeah. Let me ask you, we all assume, I guess my parents, everybody knew you were gay. I knew nothing. I think they assumed Sadie was also gay just because she never married. But you knew she was she in love with her boss and they never.
Yes, she was in love with her boss, but her boss was already married by the time she went to work for him. And that was the problem. And that prevented her from ever marrying someone else. She dated men. She dated men over the years. We met the men that she dated, and they were never quite up to the same level as the boss for whom she worked, who was a very powerful, very strong person. And the love affair that she had for him even went on after he was gone and after he passed away. She still remained in love with his memory. Now, mind you, she was friends with the family. I have photographs, one photograph somewhere in the family album of a picture taken in Atlantic City. And he, the boss, the push carts, I forget what they call them, where they push you up and down the boardwalk.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember what they're called. So there's one photograph now, which is absolutely fascinating. The three of them, the boss, his wife, and Aunt Sadie, sitting in the same cart, being pushed up and down on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. She was a member of the family. She knew the children. She went to the weddings and the bar mitzvahs, and they came to our weddings and our bar mitzvahs, but he was already married to someone else.
So.
And she could never find a man who could come up to the standards that he set.
Wow, we always wondered about that because Aunt Sadie was great. It's like, how come she doesn't get married? And that was truly the reason. Let me get back a little bit to your life's work and what you were doing with urban planning and all that. So, we are, forgetting even the friggin' pandemic, but the bridges are crumbling, the tunnels are crumbling. If you could fix the infrastructure of New York to save it and bring it into the 21st century properly, what would you suggest? What would you do? How would you do it to keep New York a major great American city?
Transportation is the major issue right now.
Yeah.
So the bridges are crumbling, the tunnels are crumbling, the transportation system is suffering terribly. People aren't using subways. People are afraid of subways. People are using buses where they can. The transportation system is the artery of the city. It keeps the city going, and we've neglected it for far too long. And even before the pandemic, we were neglecting it. If you recall, Superstorm Sandy impacted our subway system enormously. Subway lines had to be closed. They were not resilient to the kind of flooding that we had. And we had to close the L train. We had to close so many others. We've been negligent in keeping our infrastructure up to date, not remaining cognizant of, beyond the pandemic, the biggest threat facing New York City and most cities are coastal cities built on waterways because at one time water was the only form of transportation we had. We are now experiencing enormous global climate change. We're experiencing sea level rise. Every city, every major city that is on any waterway, and New York is one of the prime ones, will be experiencing more and more flooding in the future years. We need to make sure that as we rebuild the city, as we rebuild our infrastructure, that we are more and more resilient. We're taking measures in the city right now to rewrite our zoning regulations to require that anything built within the floodplain area, which keeps growing and growing every time we have a storm. It's now almost all of Lower Manhattan is a floodplain. Everything has to be built to be resistant to sea level rise. If you think about what happened to, and I know that you were in Colorado at the time, but when we had Superstorm Sandy here, the water came in from the Hudson River on the west and from the East River on the east and met in the middle of Lower Manhattan, flooding the entire island. And it knocked Lower Manhattan out of business for close to 3 months. So we had transportation to repair, and we have buildings to repair. And as new buildings come online right now, they are being required to be built higher or to have flood resistant provisions within them, that the water would go in and back out again without damaging any part of the building. It's a whole new approach to what life is like. Strengthen our infrastructure, make it resistant to climate change, and make our buildings resistant to climate change. This is the biggest challenge we face in the current century once the pandemic is over.
Would never have even thought of that as flooding as being the thing or the problem. To me, it's just about having more people than New York ever had to handle before using the same amount of stuff. And always the question occurred to me, and your city planner, is like the ideal way to fix the MTA, the subway system in Manhattan, is you just, for a year, you tear up everything and redo it from scratch. You make brand new subway tracks, cars, wherever the tracks go. You have one going up Avenue B, so people all the way downtown can get to places. You have them crisscrossing, so there's more than the L train and the S train that goes, sideways and stuff. But the problem is, of course, even if you have zillions of dollars, you can't just close the subways. What the hell can you do?
If you close the subways, you'd be closing the city. You'd be sending everyone someplace else, and we can't send everyone. All 8 million people, 8.5 million people someplace else. The answer to your question, it's a perfect question. It's incremental. The New York City public transportation system and our roadways were built by increments, section by section by section. Sure. The subways all came online at different times. They began as independent, profit-making businesses, which were later on taken over by the city of New York.
So does IRT mean that it was an independent thing?
IRT was Interborough Rapid Transit.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
BMT was Bronx Manhattan Transit. They all went bankrupt, and they were all purchased by the city of New York and combined into New York City's subway system. The Transit Authority was created to take it over. It was incremental. For us to try and rebuild what it took close to 2 centuries to build would be impossible. We've recently completed the Second Avenue subway, which is a major accomplishment. And slowly but surely, we keep rebuilding and improving the infrastructure. Our problem now, of course, and the last bridge we ever built in New York City was the Verrazzano Narrows Bridge. And we're now rebuilding some of the bridges we have in the city right now because they're falling down. But the issue is, how much more can we do with what we have? We don't know. It has to be incremental. We can't start all over again. We have to make it better and better and better. I'm very concerned about the subways, and I'm very concerned about what will happen after the pandemic, because we need to get people back on the subways again. Without people paying fares to use the subways, there's no money to maintain the subways. And I'm afraid that the subways will fail. I even look at buses as they go up and down Fifth Avenue and Sixth Avenue, and they're half empty.
Well,
We
they
need
should. I'm sorry, they ought to be. They have to be right now. They shouldn't be full filling up until maybe August. Honestly,
And as soon as the pandemic is over, we need to get people back to using public transportation because we need to continue the incremental improvements that I'm talking about now that make the transportation
but wouldn't
system.
this have been the ideal time since so many fewer people, is that a construction, are using these things that this is a good, it's like Broadway theaters. This is a really good time to shore them up and gussy them up and make changes because they ain't being used.
The only problem is there's no money. Right now, we are expecting to see an enormous drop in taxes collected in this current year. Think the theaters are closed, the restaurants are closed, the stores are doing very poor. People are not collecting taxes for rentals. Even Soho, which I mentioned earlier, a lot of those high-end stores are closed for business or gone out of business. The city is not collecting taxes. The city does not have the tax money to make the improvements we're talking about. We need to have a robust economy. Only when we have a robust economy can we continue to improve the city of New York. And I have great faith in the city of New York, and I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but I have great faith in the city of New York and the ability for New York City to come back. We came back from 9/11. We came back from Superstorm Sandy. We will come back from this pandemic, but it will take time, and it will need people to continue to have faith in the city and to continue to spend money in the city. In my building right here in Greenwich Village, which is a 90-unit cooperative building, we have many people who have sold their apartments and gone to other locations outside of the city. We need for people to come back and not give up on New York City.
Well, let me ask you though. I mean, you're saying this even as I think Ray, he wants to go live in the Philippines. And he's kind of like, come on, it's a great place to retire. You don't have the cold, and New York is seems to be going sort of downhill, at least at the moment. So, but you are tenuously grabbing towards remaining in the city, I assume. I mean, this is
our plan, and we were going to implement it before the pandemic happened. We would spend the winters in the Philippines and the summers in New York.
I mean, if you came to that compromise, that always seemed to me like the perfect compromise, because you didn't want to live Philippines full time, and it's not fair to make him be away from his people and his family and his culture for 365 days a year. Halvesies here, halvesies, and you pick the right times of year. Yes. So as soon as this pandemic, is that what you're gonna implement?
Our plan was we were supposed to have gone for this past Christmas, but we couldn't go. The Philippines is locked down. And frankly, we're not sure if we would sublet or rent our apartment or whatever, or work something out where someone could occupy this apartment while we're not here. But the plans couldn't go through because of the sudden lockdown. It came so quickly that we could not, and Ray was so disappointed that we could not go home for Christmas. Our goal, one way or another, is to go home for Christmas next year.
Well, or let's call it Hanukkah. Because Michael, you're still under the tribe, kind of. So we'll say Christmas and Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa, and at least by Festivus. I hope that you will be where you both want to be, at least part of the time. But anyways, Ray there, if you want to get him on camera, you want to say hi.
I hate to say this, but Ray is sleeping. I'd love to have him come and say hello. Ray, let me explain what has happened.
In the afternoon.
First of all, this is the middle of the night to Ray. So, how could you be doing a program in the middle of the night? Ray was a nurse before his retirement last year, and he was on night shift, which means 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Which means he goes to sleep at 10 o'clock in the morning, so he can go back to work again at 7 p.m. at night. It has been the most difficult thing in the world for me to have him change his schedule to meet a schedule whereby he's home during the day. So we have our time together in the evening, and then I go to sleep, and he's up half the night. He's on YouTube. He talks to his family in the Philippines, because when it's 2 a.m. here in New York, it's 2 p.m. in Manila. 12-hour difference.
So he's retired from, he's not a nurse anymore. He doesn't even have to do it, but he's still keeping those hours. Wow.
And also it works because he needs to maintain they talk on FaceTime to each other.
Yeah.
And always in communication in the middle of the night, which to them is the middle of the day. So right now we're talking in the morning, but for him, it's like he just went to sleep. He's now getting his night sleep during the day. So I'm sorry I can't call him out to say hello, but I don't really go.
No, absolutely. But do wish him a very happy 2021.
Thank you.
A little late to say Happy New Year, but most happy New Year to you. We've been talking to my cousin, Michael Levine. And before I let you go, can I ask one more question? Do you, since this is my show, and since I've got the ego here, do you have any memories of little me?
Of little you?
Me, like when I was 5 or 8 or 12 or 19 or whatever. Do you have any or the first time you saw me as a
no, well, the fondest memory I have is sitting around the Passover Seder table in your dad's and your mom's dining room. We always stuffed as many people as possible at the tables. Do you remember?
Oh,
I don't know how we put 20 to 25 people on that table for our Passover Seders. But I remember you as a little kid who always was joking around, had so much fun at the party. And whenever it would come to reading, because we would go around the room and read different portions of the Haggadah together in English, whenever it would come to you, you would take the portion that you were reading and you would try to dramatize it and turn it into something humorous or something, instead of just being plain language, which we got bored with, to make it dramatic, to make it funny, to do something to uplift our spirits. So here was this little kid sitting at the table trying to have as much fun as possible with the Haggadah, which is something we've heard every year for the past 2,000 years. You always had so much fun with that as a little kid, and that's something I'll never forget.
That is, talk about a memory that I want to hear, and talk about, just very happy to hear that, and very happy that that's of all the Seder stories and then people eating white horseradish instead of red and this and that. No, it's Dave being an idiot that I remember. So.
But Dave, you were always entertaining, and that was the point. It was always wonderful to see you and hear you smiling at the table. You always made it fun.
Well, it was always so great because you had, a very different energy at all our family gatherings too, because we're all, as my wife would call us, all old shtetl Jews with our set in our ways, and Brooklyn ghetto and Long Island ghetto, and here's cousin Michael, and he lives in the city, and he's got such a different life, and he works for New York State or New York City, and it was just like, you were just someone, part of family, and yet on some level a little outside our family, that made you fascinating in a kind of a great way, and still are. I mean, there's been.
Thank you, Dave. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, because you're right. I was always lived a little a part of life, a little bit apart from family, but I was always part of family, and that's what you're saying. You remember how important family always was to all of us.
Yeah. Well, I am honored that you are part of our family, Michael Levine. I wish you, first of all, health. I'm glad you and Ray are both, healthy. And I wish that maybe by Christmas, well, Hanukkah, whatever, by Tu B'Shvat, that you and Ray.
Tu B'Shvat's next week.
Oh dear. All right, maybe not Tu B'Shvat. Maybe Passover. Maybe right. Passover, you'll be making plans. You'll be calling the airlines to go to the Philippines for a while, in the summer here or whatever, and then be back with us in New York and in our world. Michael Levine, it just remains for me to thank you so much for being with me on my birthday.
And Dave, let me thank you for having me on your program. I've done oral histories quite frequently now, and this one has been a pleasure doing it with a relative. I really love being with you. It has been so much fun. And please send my regards to the whole family, and a great big kiss to your wife. I miss her.
Well, yeah, miss you too. Thank you, Michael. And I want to send out an invite too. If you do feel over the weeks ahead, you want to come and play the game with David and Leslie, let me know. That would be great to have you. Okay.
Thank you again.
Happy times to you. Thank you, Michael.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Michael Levine in the neighborhood, my cousin. Boy, oh boy, what an interesting and smart and well-spoken and fascinating and fabulous person. Michael Levine. Very proud that he is my cousin and happy to have him in the neighborhood. Yes, here on this Saturday, January 23rd, 2021, with the 782nd episode of Dave's Gone by with me, Dave Lefkowitz, and Potato, of course, and little Papito, of course. We're here doing the show. What else do we still have to do? We're going to have to table a couple of things and maybe hold them until next week, because it's already 12:30. We did lose a little bit of time in the middle of the show because I rather stupidly hit the wrong button when I was trying to remove people from the quiz. But still here, still have a little bit more to do. I am sorry for this, but I think we'll hold the rabbi's segment for a week or so, because the papers won't go away. He's got all this stuff to go through the newspapers. He'll do that, and maybe maybe we'll hold the wretched pun of destiny a week and save that for next week. But oh my goodness, I would not deprive you, my friends and my enemies, of the Colorado Limerick of the Damned, which we will do after I remind you about all the friends of the neighborhood. So friends of the neighborhood are people like my cousin Michael who have been on the show. You know, we've been on the show or doing the show for 18 years. We started back in October of 2002 on terrestrial radio. We went through a time when we were internet radio, then a college radio, and now, of course, we're doing this Facebook show live every Saturday as a video show. Well, I mean, it's still a radio show with some video added, but this is what we're doing. But in those years, we've had so many guests, not all of them related to me. And we like to keep tabs on them and let you know what they're doing. They're the friends of the neighborhood. And those include our writer and director friend, Edward Einhorn, who is doing many, many weeks after Hanukkah, speaking of Hanukkah, How to Play Dreidel with a Maccabee. It's a virtual story that you it's a theater thing where you play along, and depending on how things go, you're sort of playing against the house, if you will. So I'm just fixing this here. How to Play Dreidel with a Maccabee is a virtual story from Edward Einhorn. He's doing another one tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Find out more at untitledtheater.com. And that's theater with an ER, untitledtheater.com. Want to remind you that our musical and actressical friend Melissa Errico is doing a concert with Adam Gopnik. This is happening, let's see, this coming Thursday, and it's for the French Institute, FIAF.org, to see and hear the lovely Melissa Errico warble. Want to remind you that you have just until the end of the month to watch New Yiddish Repertory Theater's production of The Dybbuk, a classic old Yiddish play featuring Amy Coleman and David Mandelbaum. I believe they're doing it in English as opposed to Yiddish with English subtitles. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's a new Yiddish rep doing The Dybbuk online virtually. Go find that on, unfortunately, I don't have the website for that, but it's new Yiddish rep for Amy Coleman and David Mandelbaum. Barbara Fasano and Eric Comstock, they've been doing their duets. They keep posting more and more songs on their YouTube page, Barbara Fasano and Eric Comstock. Evan Seplow is the editor of StageBuddy.com, a fine website of New York stuff going on. Dr. Demento doing new shows and also archiving all the old ones at drdemento.com. Soundsofbroadway.com is Stuart Brown's website of Broadway music 24/7. David J. Gerstein is doing live Facebook shows on Tuesday nights at 8, and Ellie the King of Broadway is doing his daily morning show on Facebook. Check them all out. And of course, Bob Cudmore doing podcasts of upstate New York history at bobcudmore.com. Those, my friends, are the friends of the neighborhood. So, okay, so that went a little quicker than I thought, but I did want to remind you, speaking of archives and being able to see things, you know, I've been saying all day, it's about memory. It's about what's been captured. It's about people who can go on and watch this show or listen to old episodes and hear stories and hear wonderful guests like my cousin Michael. Or next week, we will have actress Jessica Scher, who is doing a show about Betty Davis called Betty Davis Inc. for Sissies. And she'll be talking to us about that, or to Rabbi Saul Solomon next week. So, she'll be there, she'll be doing that, and you'll want to hear her. Let's say you miss her. Let's say you're like Michael's husband, Ray, and your hours are weird, and my show's on, and heaven forfend, you're sleeping through it. You don't even wake up until 2 p.m. It's long over. What do? Well, you go to davesgoneby.com is what you do. davesgoneby.com. D-A-V-S. This is what happens after I've been on for 3.5 hours. D-A-V-E-S-G-O-N-E-B-Y. davesgoneby.com, because we have literally every episode we've ever done, except 2 or 3 that had technical difficulties and we couldn't save. But every one of the others is either downloadable as an MP3 or you can stream it right on your computer. From the first episode, which I started listening back to a couple of weeks ago just for fun, to the 500th, the 600th, the 700th, the 781st that we just did last week. They're all there. They're all free. And again, you can listen to the whole show. We also have on the website a totally separate archive where we have extracted just the interviews. So if you're looking for a certain particular person, it's like, wait, Carol Channing was on it? Yeah, she was. Let me find her. And you can either listen to the entire episode that she was on, or if you just want to hear the Carol Channing interview, there it is. I'm going to talk to people. Speaking of like the York Theater, Leroy Reams and Donna McKechnie and Katie Huffman and actresses and singers and dancers and what have you. All these many years, they're there. You can see them in a separate archive at davesgoneby.com. I want to remind you also that we post our archives at archive.org. archive.org. I am not connected to that site. It's a nonprofit that just gathers radio shows and old TV shows and manuscripts of books that are in the public domain and it just puts them all in this one humongous archive that was really, really helpful to people, especially in the beginning of the pandemic when, you might have to take out a library book and the libraries were closed, right? So you could order all these books for free from archive.org. We put our archives of the show there too, and our interviews. Check them out, archive.org, and look for Dave's Gone By. We also put the audio of our shows on castbox.fm. So those of you who are really into podcasting and just want to hear shows and you don't need the video, go to podcast.fm, which makes it really easy to download and just listen wherever you are. We also try and put all our stuff on YouTube. You can find us on early Monday mornings. This would be when Ray is awake. Ray could see, if he lived on Long Island, could watch at 1 o'clock in the morning on Monday morning, like a couple of hours before work. We're on cable channel 20 if you have Altice, whatever, Optimum cable on the South Shore of Long Island. So if you happen to be up and you want to see an hour's worth of excerpts from recent Dave's Gone Bys, they're all chopped up. There's not any kind of logic or rhyme or reason to them because the real archives are at our website. But if it's a way of getting other people who have no idea what this program is, and they're flipping the dial at 1 a.m., after maybe the Knick game is ending, and what the hell? Who is this guy? Well, we're doing that Mondays at 1 in the morning, and also Tuesdays at 4 a.m. So, if you're a stockbroker and dealing with commodities in China, you might want to, before you get to work, and say, who is this guy? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. There's something to watch on channel 20 on cable. So that's all the information you need to know, except that if you want to write to me, davesgoneby@aol.com is the way to do that. davesgoneby@aol.com. I will read everything I get. I don't get to respond to everything. As a matter of fact, thank you to so many people who have been posting happy birthday messages to me on Facebook. Let me see if I can get to a bunch of them and just thank people. Usually we try and mention all the folks who are writing to us during the show and wishing me well. Let's see. Oh my God, 270 friends posting on my timeline for my birthday. I don't even know who half of them are, but thank you to Phil And to, our friend in the neighborhood, Ann Siegel, who says, happy birthday, my friend and editor. You are still younger than I am, so that means you're still a kid. Hope to see you when Broadway is operating again and I visit New York City. Till then, enjoy your special day. Thank you, Anne. See 267 more. Let's see if I can actually do that. I'm not going to read them all, but I'm very, very grateful to everyone. Here's Joseph from Colorado and Sandy, who has a Shakespearean last name. Art Paul has sent me a birthday song. Let me see if I can play it, because I'm not going to run into copyright trouble. It's his song. Let's see. Oh boy, Art Paul Schlosser. No, stop with the advertising. Thank you very much. Correct. And Art Paul Schlosser.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Art Paul.
Here's this little frog. We hope you like it. We found it just sing along, saying ribbit.
Ribbit.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. We made for you your favorite cake, peanut butter broccoli. No reason to even say thanks made us happy. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. And now here's a real treat we brought from the store. It's black licorice ice cream. Do you want some more? Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. I said, here's a real treat we brought from the store. It's black licorice ice cream. Do you want some more? Do you want some more? Do you want some more?
Maybe. Art Paul Schlosser there with Happy Birthday in a punky sort of a style. That is from, I guess, an album he did called Art, which also has a song called Smile, Be Happy. Art Paul Schlosser there with the happy birthday song, wishing me a happy, thank you so much, Art Paul. Thank you to Karen and to Marie, our friend from Florida. Happy birthday, have many, many more, all blessed and feeling happy. I sure hope. Stephen, happy birthday to you, Dave. Happy birthday, stay safe. Getting a lot of those. I don't know what they think I'm doing, but that's from Lane. Tammy from high school. Thank you, Tammy. And Julie and Suzanne and Russell and Sandy Helberg, our friend of the neighborhood. He has a, we call it a meme of Ron Burgundy with happy birthday, you magnificent bastard. Thank you very, very much. Let's see a couple more. These are actually quite fun. We have to give thumbs up to all of these. That'll be the rest of my day. But let's see, loading some more. So, some friends in the neighborhood. Look at this, Debbie and Eric and Steve Stoliar. Warm B-Day wishes, and he spelled it like the toilet, which is absolutely appropriate. Arachno, thank you very much. Adrienne says, have a safe, healthy, happy birthday. Jeffrey, the mayor of Swanktown, our friend in the neighborhood. Happy birthday, Dave. Thank you to Jeffrey. Joseph says hi. David says hi with a question mark. Well, thank you, David, who's kind of a major theater player out in Chicago. Jeffrey, thank you. Addie, thank you. And Mike the massage man from Colorado. Oh, God, I miss your hands on my back, Mike. Don't even want to, well, anyway. And thank you from David Kenny, who is our friend of the neighborhood. He hosts a show on WBAI radio called Everything Old is New Again, which is all cabaret songs and American standard kind of music and show tunes. You're going to want to check that out. I think it's still on primetime Sunday nights on WBAI. Gerald, happy birthday, Dave. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Gerald. Nicola and Christopher says, happy birthday, Dave. Shave the rabbi, if that's still a thing. That goes back. Wow. And Trevor from WGBB. Happy birthday to you, Dave. You know, if you want to hear Trevor Vassell He's got more airtime than any other human being now I've ever seen. Every time you go to WGBB, if they're not thrown to Chinese programming, it's Trevor playing gospel because he gets all the time that's unsold on the brokered station. So check him out if you like gospel music. Trevor Bassel on WGBB. Mike says, happy, you have a great day. Ronnie says, enjoy, happy birthday. David, oh God, my old chairman of the department when I was teaching English at the university. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Garrison, happy, the longer ones are always fun. Garrison writes, happy birthday, Aquarian, from all your friends at the Platinum Craps Group. We hope 2021 is your best year yet. Good luck at the tables. For additional information, because he knows, there was one guy, I'll tell this story. There was someone who was on my friends list years ago, a couple of years ago, and he knows that what I do when it's people's birthdays, when I have a chance, and I try and do it every day, I don't always have the time, is I do what these people are doing. I wish folks a happy birthday. And but I also use it to remind people, hey, I've got a show. You might want to watch me, you might want to tune in. So to me, like, happy birthday to you from the neighborhood, and, celebrate by watching my show. And I put the URL, not even taking them from Facebook. It is a Facebook show. And I just give them that. And one guy said, well, I can tell just how sincere your birthday wishes are because you put an advertisement right in it. And I'm like, dude, in a way, you're right. And in another way, at least I went through, took the time and remembered to wish you happy birthday. Because, you have to do some digging. Facebook doesn't automatically remind you. You have to go find whose birthday is today. It lists them, you got to post. So yes, he's right. It's sort of like a freebie promo for a show, which, by the way, I'm not asking anybody to pay for. You all get this perfectly free, whether it's on Facebook or on davesgoneby.com, but he was like, well, that really sounds sincere. And I'm like, oh, dude, and I unfriended him, and I was just like, yeah, but I did wish you a happy birthday. How sincere is any of us when we go on Facebook and wish someone we barely know or have never met, and just say, happy birthday, have a great day, stay safe, stay happy. But anyway, I'm getting some nice birthday wishes from Kimberly, who was my student at that university, Gary, and Helene from my old library, sending you good thoughts on your birthday. Thank you, Helene. Ernie, I hope your day is amazing, he says. Let's do a few more. I'm enjoying this too much to stop. And by the way, we still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, if you're waiting for that, and I know you are. Michael says happy birthday. Not my cousin Michael, who was on before. Jay, theater critic Jay, who still to this day has not been on my program. I don't know why, but happy birthday, David. He says, I hope all is well. Nasera, I don't know who that is, but thank you. Michael and Tracy and Gillian. Speaking of one of the people that I was taking classes with when I was getting my master's back at UNC. Thank you, Gillian. Mark and Woody. Oh, I have a friend named Woody who says happy birthday. And Barry from the synagogue where Joyce and I were in Greeley. And Greg Cotis, our playwright, musical writer, friend of the neighborhood who created Urinetown and eventually is going to get The Sting on Broadway. Yay. Matthew says hi. Dick says happiest birthday, Dave, and many, many more in capital letters. I do believe that Dick is, I may want to rephrase that, but Dick is the fellow who was our shop teacher in high school. I think that is true. Arvo, thank you, Arvo, wishing happy birthday. And Michael and Shannon. And Lori says, happy birthday. Hope you have a wonderful day. Stay safe out there. I am staying safe. I'm in here. Eileen and Anne. Oh, Anne, the theater critic. Happy birthday from St. Louis. Thank you so much. And Pamela has sent me pic art of a dog gift coming out of birthday cake. That's kind of hot in every wrong way. Bobby, thank you. And Bruce and Edwin, feliz cumpleaños, says Edwin. Thank you so much. Carl says happy birthday. Tom says happy birthday, or he says actually happy. Come on, couple more. It's slower and slower to load as you go down Facebook, but I want to get a few more. Glory says happy birthday. And Rob and Krista and John Ruane. We've been mentioning him because he's been writing these short essays about heroes in real life, like fireman heroes and cop heroes and heroes in daily life that you can read. It's John Ruane, R-U-A-N-E. R-U-A-N-A? I don't know if you are. Lynn, welcome. Thank you so much, Lynn. And Peter, radio guy. We were talking just about WBAI, and there's someone who was from there, Peter, wishing me a happy. And Mandy, a friend from Colorado who used to do exercise training with me and Joyce back in the UNC gym. I hope she's doing great. And Juliet from my wife's department, sending birthday wishes from Colorado. Hope it's a wonderful day. Thank you. And Barry, oh my gosh, Barry, I know, see, this is sparking all these memories. Barry, if I think I know who this is, was a helper when Charlie and Jeff, and then of course later Leslie Hope and Blake, were doing Two on the Aisle in Manhattan Neighborhood Network at the public access place. And she was one of the people behind the scenes, setting the lights, doing the mic. So hey Barry, thank you. And Derek and El Sayed and Maria, thank you Maria. And we go, let's do some more. Gotta do some more. It's my birthday. This is hold on, we got some more going on. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. Who else? And Susan is wishing me, and Ira and Jack and Frankie and Alan, who says wishing you a great day. And Vicky Quaddy. Oh, I have her book here, but if I get it, it will knock everything down. But she says 2 Facebook pages, 2 birthday wishes. Hope it's all a fabulous day, Dave. Vicky Quaddy, get her book about life in Chicago. It just came out, Q-U-A-D-E. Linnea says happy birthday, Danny and James, Billy and Brian and Danny. Oh, couple, it's addictive, isn't it? Like all of Facebook is addictive. It's why we do it. But it's just this one, who's the next person who's gonna wish me a happy? Is it a long lost friend? So, oh, there we go. My, not office mate, but the guy who had the office right next to mine when we were both teaching English at UNC. Jeffrey, thank you, Jeffrey. And Joni and Beth and Krian. Oh my gosh. Okay, I won't say a last name, but this is amazing. Let's see. This is a guy I went to high school with named Chris. Happy birthday. I've been using Facebook more frequently with regards to my voiceover work. Yeah. So now when I get notices from my contacts and see you, whether it's episode number 700 and something, or a birthday notification, it's so nice to be reconnected. Thanks for being so public and enthusiastic about teaching, which is blogging, which is what I'm doing as an English teacher these days, to connect as best I can using Zoom for virtual learning. All the best to you, my friend, and let others do the singing for you today. Your voice has the rasp, right? I think he's talking about the rabbi or the phlegm I was carrying the first 2 hours of the show. Oh, and speaking of school, here's Matthew Davis, who was on our program several times and who was like the sound engineer and guru at UNC Student Radio, the radio station where I was for several years at UNC. And boy, oh boy, you know, without him, we wouldn't have been on the air well, not on the air now. I mean, they crashed the radio station and burned it. But when we were on the air, he was kind of instrumental in making us sound better and getting everything connected. And now he's a big Hottentotten sound engineer following Disney shows and plugging them in and getting them wired. And yeah, he's got a pretty damn good job. So yay to Matt and Karen and to Joe and to Frank and Mike Shamari, speaking of WGBB people. And I always remember he had very different musical tastes from mine. He would play smooth jazz. I wanted to strangle him. But a really nice guy, Mike Shamari. I'm glad he's doing well. And someone named Joshua, who sent me this, I don't know who he is, and yet he sent me the nicest paragraph here. You are fabulous. Of all the people that I have met, you shine brightly. The whole universe became a better place the day that you were born. The stars twinkled a happy tune of happy birthday to you. May you have many more fun trips around the sun. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You are stardust. You are golden. You are a star. And I cherish having met you. I've never met this man. Happy birthday. Still most handsome, even wearing a mask. Thank you for your goodness. I doesn't even know who he's talking to, but thank you, Joshua. Really flabbergasted and appreciate it. Thank you. And to Victoria and to our musical friend, Tom Tose, who says happy birthday, Dave. I hope he's making more albums and writing more songs and doing more stuff like that. I've got a couple more hundred of these to go. Let me know if you're really, really bored. I'm just having a blast. Karen says, happy birthday, enjoy the day. Stephen, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Stuart and Blake and David Andrews and Adam, my cousin who was on the show earlier. Let's see. Who else? Who else is saying hi? And Gigi and Denise and Michael and Maria and who else? And oh, and of course, stage manager Bill. All the best. Have a great day. Congrats. He sent me a little a gif of that. And Andy, who was he hasn't been on the show, but he was part of like the Ridiculous Theatricals, I do believe, or maybe of Charles Bush's company that came after Ridiculous, or both. But either way, thank you so much to Andy and to Mark and to John and to Alan. Oh, sorry, Alan and James and Megan and Glenn and my Aunt Bonnie wishing me happy birthday. And thanks for the card, and Bonnie, thank you very much. Let's see, and Wendy and Philip, the press agent. Hi, Dave. Best wishes to you for your birthday. Susan and Antoinette and Skylar, who did a kind of a piano-y happy birthday gift. Thank you very, very much. Couple more. I'm waiting for the ones that have a little more content in them, even though I'm trying to name check everybody. By the way, it's just about 1 o'clock here in the neighborhood on this January 23rd, 2021. You're watching the 782nd episode of Dave's Gone By. Oh, singer, cabaret person Georgia says happy. And oh, speaking of WGBB, Joey, who was the programming manager there when I first started in 2002. Joey says, happy birthday, Dave. And Joe and Anita Gillette, our musical cabaret-sical, actressical friend of the neighborhood. Thank you, Anita. Denise and Peter and Paul. Hope it's a good one for you. Thank you, Paul. Steve and Karen, a lot of Karens and Zachs and Glenn from the library where I was working up until a couple of months ago. Have a wonderful day. You too, Glenn. Who else? And David. I wish they would load more than 10 of these at a time. It would make life a lot easier and more quick. But I'm reminding you, what else? So our 782nd episode of the program. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, so I think I ruined it. All right. Well, the rest I will get to as best as I can get to them. Or are they loading down here? Where are they? Oh well. I actually got some messages for doing the show, not just messages in terms of people wishing me happy birthday but not listening. So Art Paul sent the birthday song. Joshua, I think it's the same Joshua from before. The Windex solution was funny. Oh, I think it was Winn-Dixie. I think I made that joke before. On a roll, the music at the inauguration was wonderful. So thank you, Joshua. It's so great to have made a radio and podcasty friend. Oh, it did load. Here we go. So John, speaking of musical people, and Alan and Sherry, a theater person I used to know back in the day, and Paul and Wanda and Andrew and Tammy and Drew and Madeline, my old boss, when I was a secretary at Working Woman McCall's magazine. Happy birthday, Dave. Cheers to a great year. Thank you, Madeline. And Rufus and Tom and Patrick and David and, okay, I said those before. Let's load some more. This is so cool. And I know I'll get more all day, which is lovely. And I'll give thumbs up to so many of them as best I can, as quick as I can. But it's lovely to be remembered and lovely that folks are taking even a few seconds out of your morning or afternoon to wish me happy. For example, people like, who else? Skip. Oh, and our friend of the neighborhood, Iris Dorbian, whom I have not seen in more than a year now. I think we used to go to the theater occasionally, and now nothing but happy birthday. Maybe in the future we'll actually see a show again. Maybe, hopefully. Enjoy your day, my friend. Thank you, Iris. Michelle and Gabby and Bonnie and Luke and Larry, the playwright. Larry, memories of great times, more to come. I hope so. Matt and Edmund and Celia and Maxine, who sent me a happy birthday, Dave gift. Thank you very much. And Denise and Barbara, my old boss at the library, wishing you a wonderful birthday, David. Thank you very, very much, Barbara. And okay, it's starting to get a little tired. I know, it's already 1 o'clock. I still have the Colorado Limerick to go, but a few more. Can't help myself. And I also want to really, really respond and thank you. You know, when I drive home from work, I listen on AM radio. And honestly, when people call in, they usually get about 20 seconds just to say something before the host jumps all over them and talks. So this is my equivalent of that. It's just saying hello and name checking. But oh my God, I got a from my dad. And I'm sure Mom typed this for him, but it's happy birthday, David, and many, many more to 120 at least. We love you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, Mom. And Chris, a very, very major press agent in New York. Thank you, Chris and Neil. And Bob Cudmore. Oh, yes. Thank you, Bob Cudmore. He wrote in to wish me happy. And Suzanne Bachner, the actress and playwright, who with Bob Brader, they do a couple of different solo shows, and they've been on our program a couple of times. Leeson and Elise, the theater critic, and Diane, wishing you a wonderful day and a very happy birthday, Dave. And Michael and Paula. Oh my God, Paula. Oh, wow, she lovely girl. She was it the O'Neill Center? I do believe many, many years ago. She was one of the critic fellows at the Eugene O'Neill Center. And she was just great. Happy, happy birthday, Dave. All the best to you. Thank you, Paula. And Gail, speaking of theater critics, and she sent me a microphone for On the Air. Thank you. Bob and Skip and Iris. Okay, we did those. See, now I can't stop. And there's only 100 more. It'll only take me like 5 more minutes, I think, if this was just load a little bit quicker. But yeah, we're doing the Dave's Gone By show and just responding very gratefully and happily to all these folks who are wishing me well on today, my 57th birthday, this January 23rd, 2021. Let's see if I can get up there and get these. Are they going to show them? Oh, Facebook, come on, Facebook. Getting down there. We've got it. And we just got a notification that Jonelle and Vicky liked my post. Thank you very, very much. Steve and Zach, we did them. Go down. And who else? And oh, this is new. Bonnie, not my aunt, but a different Bonnie, sent me a nice gif of mountains. Gabby and Michelle and I saw those already. Let's see, who else? We're getting Neil and Ron and Ted, who says, I hope your day is filled with art and joy. Well, we had Art Paul Schlosser singing me a birthday song, well, a pre-recorded birthday song before, and, feeling some joy just getting these messages from you all. So thank you. And Maria and Lisa and Seth, who sent me a little astronaut of happy anniversary of your birthday, an astronaut in a hazmat suit. It's a little freaky there. Okay. And Stefan, the radio guy, Steve and Sandy and Michael and Brian. Oh, our critic friend of the neighborhood, Brian Scott Lipton, who is, I think, writing for some other places now. And Jim and Lily. Oh, come on. Facebook makes it so hard to load all these. It just takes forever. What else do I want to tell you? I do want to remind you that next week, on Dave's Gone By, I think I said this, Jessica Schur is surely going to be with us. She's going to be talking about her one-woman show about Betty Davis. It's called Betty Davis Ain't for Sissies. And like so many artists and theater people, she's just been trying to do, some stuff during the pandemic. She was doing this one-woman show. And then it's kind of really blossomed for her because everybody's trying to get seen. Everybody wants to direct people to their sites and to their YouTube videos and to have people watch them on Zoom or even pay to watch them on Zoom. But she's found the sweet spot of really getting a lot of attention and a lot of notoriety and promotion of her show. She's got it on my show. So Jessica Schur, she's going to tell us how she did it and also tell us about her Betty Davis one-woman show that she's doing virtually called Betty Davis Ain't for Sissies. That's next Saturday on Dave's Gone By. Thank you to Dan and to Cheryl. Have a great and amazing day. Janine and Bill and Greg Ben and Aaron and Sandy and Richard and Elliot. Oh my God, Elliot, my coworker when I was working not at Play Bill, but when I was at Playboy for a year and a half. Elliot was my wonderful coworker. Steve and Mary, Lily. I can't really do many more of these. It's becoming too complicated to load. But I thank all of you who have already sent and who are going to be sending my me happy birthday wishes. It's quite nice for me to have. Anyway, before we get out of here, quite late on this Saturday afternoon, January 23rd, it's time for a little bit of poetry. Speaking of creating art and having a joyous moment, let's have a moment of, Percy Dove tonsils wouldn't even go anywhere near this. And that's, if you were watching earlier in the show, you get the reference. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have our Colorado limerick of the damned, and we're going to be going to a place called Beulah Valley. Beulah Valley, Colorado. Yes, it exists. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it and then give you a really awful poem about it too.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines in which lines 1, 2, and 5 end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
So yes, what a way to close the show, as we usually do, God help us. It is the Colorado limerick of the damned, where I write a poem about some place in the state of Colorado. Most of them you've probably never heard of. Even the people who live there have never heard of these places. And today we go to Beulah Valley, Colorado. It's one of the earliest mountain settlements and home for many First Nations tribes. There's a marker where Confederate Army troops were staying. It contains the town of Beulah. So there's Beulah Valley, and in it is Beulah, which I might write a poem about itself, but it has the oldest mountain range in Colorado, and they're called the Wet Mountains. Don't know why. It's a sub-range of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, and it also is near Pueblo Mountain Park. So yeah, if you're looking for some wet mountains there, then Beulah Valley is the place to go. Since 1952, this town has had an annual Yule Log Hunt Festival. Why don't they put that on Channel 11? A Yule Log Hunt Festival. See, Michael and Ray, they want to move to the Philippines right around Christmas. Why do they have to go all the way to the Philippines when they can celebrate the holiday in Beulah Valley, Colorado, which, by the way, also has an annual arts and crafts show. So in honor of Beulah Valley, salute. Here is our reprehensible, terrible, evil Colorado limerick of the damned. A tender young lady named Sally was sightseeing in Beulah Valley. She hired a guide who stayed by her side, then raped her 3 times in the alley. Yep, send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby@aol.com, davesgoneby@aol.com. That is the place I will read as many as I can. As you see, even on Facebook, I respond to as many as I can. davesgoneby@aol.com, or just message me right here on this Facebook page, Dave's Gone By. Just a reminder, we have a, excuse me, in the early part of the show, I couldn't get words out because I had all this phlegm in my throat. Now I can't get words out because I've just been speaking for 4 straight hours. But reminder that my Twitter feed is Radio Dave 2, Radio Dave the number 2. Let's see. I want to thank some folks. Thanks some folks very, very much. I want to thank my cousin Michael Levine very much for being such a terrific, intelligent, and informed, and fascinating guest on the show. Michael Levine, so much, and wishing all the best wishes for many continued good years ahead with him and his husband, Ray. Thank you, Michael. I want to thank David Sheward and Leslie Hoban Blake for taking part, as they always do, in our Today, Yesterday quiz. David Sheward, you can read him in theater. Oh God. See, it's much earlier, much easier earlier in the day. Now everything's a big old jumble. But the David Desk is his blog. Culturalweekly.com is a website for whom he writes, or for which he writes. And Theater Life is another website where he writes about Zoom theater and just the world in general. Check them out. And by all means, watch Leslie Hoban Blake and our mutual friend of the neighborhood, Charlie Gross, doing Critics Circle, and you can find that on the Critics Circle YouTube page. Thank you so much to those two, especially for being with us every Saturday doing the Today Yesterday quiz and really making the show pop. It was delightful having them and having cousin Michael. And thank you to my cousin Adam Glass for calling into the show. Completely unexpectedly, delighted to have him on. I wanted to have him on playing the game eventually one of these days. I'm hoping that he will pretty soon, but thank you, cousin Adam. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you to Rosemary Weil, Mama Weil, for recording that very nice birthday song and message to me that we played early on in the show. Love you. And to my father-in-law, to Larry, to them. Thank you to my mom and dad for, and the reason I'm still here. Thank you to my wonderful wife, Joyce, who, as I said, we're in the midst of something of a rapprochement at the moment. We'll see how that goes. I'm hoping it will, we'll see. But anyway, love her. And, she has been an integral part of my life and an integral part of this program since we started. She was there for that very first episode that I did all those years ago. I've known her for about 25 years now. We've been married for 23 years, and she's brought so much vitality and love into my life, and I hope I've given that back to her. So yeah, even though she's not in the room with me at the moment, love Joyce, and thank you so much for everything. And thank you for recommending that I do get that cookie puss, which I displayed earlier on the show. Yes, I'm going to celebrate with Carvel, with a cookie puss, as is traditional, on my birthday. Best cookie puss ever was a few years ago, back when we were living in our own home in this town. And we went to the local Carvel, and I thought, wouldn't it be funny, instead of just doing cookie puss, something for the rabbi, because I think the rabbi was doing some theater right around then. And I was like, can you make it Jewish? And he ended up making a guy there named Roman, who was this old guy who ran the Carvel. And he made cookie pussowitz. He put payas on cookie puss. He had already the long, ice cream cone nose. Didn't have to do anything with that. But it was sort of like I put a Jewish star on it. It was the greatest thing. I have pictures of it somewhere. That remains like one of my favorite memories, going all the way back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of the program. The things that we keep, that the only things we really carry, right? The only things that we have that make us us are memories. And you can't live in the past. But then again, if you don't have the past, really, what do you have in terms of what makes you you, and what you look back on and think about? I guess when you're young, it's what you will do. And then you get to the stage and say, well, what have I done? And yeah, okay, what will I still do? Kind of hard for most of us to think about that, considering the times that we're in and what we're not allowed to do for the next bunch of months. But what will I still do? It's really up in the air at the moment, isn't it? And but when I think about a lot of the things I've done, I can't say I have no regrets. I will never be someone who has no regrets. I regret so much. so much. And yet, I'm here. I'm, knock wood, been reasonably healthy. I haven't caught the you-know-what or other things. Little deaf in this ear, well, a lot deaf in this ear. Little bald. Oh my God, what a shock. I mentioned this last week. Charlie Gross sent or posted on Facebook the YouTube clip of me, him, and Jeff on Two on the Aisle from 1994. And I just look at myself, and I was kind of cute. I didn't realize it, but I was. And I had like hair to here. You know, just this nice kind of wavy hair, and I had a, God help me, I had a mullet. I can still do a mullet. That's the one thing I can do with my hair. But I look at that 26 years ago, and then I look at this, and I'm like, I have changed. You know, I can even go back to 3 or 4 years that we've been doing this on video and see how the gray has taken over the beard, the gray on the sides. Still, it's a life. I'm alive. I am creating. I'm writing. I'm doing this podcast. I'm putting together once a month the Performing Arts Insider Theater Journal. Right. I'm keeping going by the skin of its teeth the website Total Theater of archive theater reviews, and I'm just I'm working and personing and husbanding and stuff like that. And the year goes, another year goes, hoping that 57 will have some happy varieties in it. So I think that's a great way to end the program, our 782nd episode of Dave's Gone By, with me, Dave Lefkowitz. Remember to check davesgoneby.com for the archives, and to be with us next Saturday and that would be Saturday, January 30th, when Jessica Schur will be our guest with Rabbi Saul Solomon in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, 9 until noon, right here. Until then, happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, dear me. Dear me. Happy birthday to me.
Days gone by, days gone by, days gone by.